are we doing today, Austin?
A supercharger on Wesley's car. So this is how to do a supercharger. Full beginning of the install guide all the way to the end. And just to show you guys that you can do this in your garage over a weekend after work, that kind of thing, we are going to do the entire thing at jack stand height. So no going up and down, it's just gonna stay here for the entirety of the install. And ironically, there is only one piece of this install where a lift actually could be beneficial for a small period of time, and that's removing the undershroud, which is step one. So we're gonna get that off, and we're gonna start with disassembly. Undershroud, front bumper, headlights, get all that taken away, and then we'll go into draining fluids, and hopefully, here quickly, show you guys how to modify the core support and the frame. Also, with the supercharger, more than likely you're doing some sort of fuel system. This car, we just got done doing the fuel system on that, so if you want to watch that, check out the other video on YouTube or in the listing. All right, so getting started, we're gonna do the undershroud and the bumper, but I did want to give you guys a disclaimer. You can see there's no intakes or throttle bodies. We had to remove that for the fuel system, and we're gonna go ahead and leave it off. If you guys are watching this video to decide whether you can do this or not on your own, which my personal opinion, you definitely can, the install guide's really good. We're not gonna assemble it fully to show you guys how to remove your intakes. You could have Z1, you could have third party, you could have OE, that's all gonna differ. If you don't know how to remove intakes, maybe don't do this. And as well as the throttle bodies, Wesley already has the throttle body coolant delete, which made it really easy. So it's just the 4 5mm Allens and take those off. So we're starting from here. I'm gonna grab a pair of pliers. We'll start undoing these clips with the undershroud and get the whole front bumper, undershroud, fender liner, all that taken care of first. For your undershroud, impact in a 10mm. I'm making dad noises. I need to take the wheels off, and I need an 11 because these 10s aren't 10s anymore. Yeah, but did those come stock on anything? Nope.
Whoops.
Yeah, a little shaved head there.
A little bit. Well, it didn't fall on your head.
Cool. And a couple U-clips. I don't know where those go. 10mm for the front bumper, kind of tucked in right here behind the fender liner. Boom. Boom. Easy peasy. We can remove all of these clips. Hey Nick, remember that time you burned the shit out of me? And now one of my most nerve-wracking parts. Wesley just had this front bumper repainted and PPF'd. So hopefully the PPF kind of help aid this, but it is fresh paint. So I gotta be very careful pulling those edges off because the front bumper goes into a retaining clip, so you have to just pull it off. And it takes quite a bit of force, and if you've never done a bumper before, it can be a little intimidating, but we'll just work one side, and then I may ask for a friend to come help me on the other side. That way one side isn't drooping and, you know, back and forth. But let's just see if we can get it initially just started. Just like that. Come to the other side. Cool, there we go. Actually, I might be able to do this one on my own. So you can see, I just pulled up, there's also 2 clips here. You can see where those pop in, and then you can see the ones here on the edge. So I'm just gonna put my hand, kind of lift up a little bit, keep my hand right here underneath the bumper, and I'll pull from this side, and we should be able to pull the whole bumper straight off. Just like that. Whew, she dirty.
I thought Wesley's car wasn't dirty.
Right?
Hold on, hold on.
You hear that? It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Come on, Wes.
What's that?
Little monarch butterfly.
Oh, butterfly.
I like the painter's tape
I was gonna say.
holding on the foam crash bar, and the electrical tape. 2 kinds of tape. Oh man, this is a shame. This is the only thing I hate about going boost after you've already modified a car, like at least NA, because he has 3-inch intakes, which means he has the modified crash bar. That goes away. He has the dual catch can setup, which is really nice. That goes away. Just, just, I guess, part of life.
Commitment.
Yep, it is a commitment. These 2 plastic shields to get the foam and the crash bar off. These just slide into place, so what you can do is just kind of pull them out of the way, and then you just pull out, and there's like little retaining clips here and there that just come right out. Do the other side, which was not clipped into place, it was just hanging there. Alrighty. So the foam bar usually just pulls out. In this case, I'm just gonna cut the tape. And remove that. Alrighty, I think next, let's do the crash bar, the intakes, and then I'm going to double check. These fender liners are 2 pieces, like it kind of joins kind of right here, so you have a rear and a front. I think we have to remove the front, and even if we don't, just to give me a little bit of room here on the back, we're going to remove it. And then when we put it back in, there is one spot noted in the install guide where the back of the blower may touch the plastic fender liner. We'll either clearance it, you can heat it up and just kind of melt it, not fully, just heat it up enough to where it's malleable, and then kind of bend it and push it out of the way. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, but let's do the crash bar intakes and then this half of either fender liner and keep going from there. 12 mil for the crash bar. We got 4 of these guys on either side. Other side. And bar comes off. There we go. And you don't need this anymore.
Throw it away.
All right, intakes. So the carbon piece has already been removed, so I'll just do a clamp and pull that guy out. Just pull the clamp off and pull that guy out. Bigamole intakes. Leslie. Bro. My car's, you know why? That's why. Because you drive a DE.
Hey.
Shut up, Dave. So to do the front half of the fender liner, there's 4 body clips. One of these may have already just broken off. So there's one there. There's one up here. There's one up here that popped off. And there's one here. And then one more right here. So it's actually 5. And then this should just slide out. There we go. So same on this side. One right here on this bracket. Down low there. Right above it there. And there. I missed one. Oh. All right, after that is headlights. Headlights do not need to be removed, but certainly going to make your life easier. So let's see. We have, I believe there is a screw here, 10 mil right there, and there's a 10 mil right here. And then if you guys come up here, move this rubber piece, come look right here, Dave. I believe that goes to the headlight as well. So those 3 10 mils, this one clip should pop up for this rubber piece along with that one, and then we should be able to pull the headlights out. So 10 mil. So it's 1, 2, 3, all right. 1. You do also have to, the install guide does not mention this push clip, but you do have to remove it like that. And then that one there with that 10 mil. And go. So now we'll just tuck that guy out of the way. One there. One there. And yep, that one. And I thought, yeah, there's one there too.
Is this? Oh, no, it's not.
It's 4 10 mils. All right, now the headlight should come towards me. We'll pull that electrical connector out. There we go. One gray connector right there. Well, beautiful headlight. Should be the same thing for the other side. Tuck that up for now. So push clip, just pulls right out. Push clip here. Give us access to that 10 mil. Number 1. Oh, this has to come out first. I had a little bit more leeway on that side, but this air guide has to come off before you can get to those. I may have jumped a step or two, so let's grab a flathead and get all these clips out. So, air guide, clip 1, broken. Clip 2, 3, broken. And 6. Good. And yeah. All right, we got the air guide removed. I already did this top 10 mil. Now 2 more, one right here, about halfway down. One on the front, right here. And then one more on the side, right here. Man, these headlight clips are no joke.
No, they're in there.
There we go. Alrighty. Set that guy down, and we are getting to the point where there is a large amount of hardware compared to like what we just did for the fuel system. So I'm gonna grab some little baggies and a Sharpie, and that way we can keep track of everything, because I don't work on these cars for a living, as you guys might not think.
You're a certified YouTube mechanic. What do you mean?
Exactly. So I'm going to grab red bags and label everything so I don't lose it. So next step is to remove, there we go. Next step is to remove engine coolant once you get the headlights out and everything. We have to remove this reservoir because charge pipe goes here, and this gets relocated over there. But there's a early style and a late style for the VHR. Early style does not have a pressurized reservoir, late style does, and there's a couple additional lines. So we're gonna drain the coolant, and then we're gonna get this reservoir out of the way, which means I need a drain pan. Also, if you have a late style like this one does, and you have the OE caps, the one with the larger sticker, you see this one's smaller, this one's larger. Larger sticker goes on the coolant neck, smaller sticker goes on this reservoir. Not that it should really matter because you're getting a new one of these with a new one of these anyways, but try to remember your larger sticker goes on the coolant neck. I'm gonna open these up, that way when I pull the plug at the bottom of the radiator, it'll drain faster. And you can see why that makes a difference, right? The one without the diaphragm on it goes on the coolant neck. Remember that. So to drain the coolant, there is a plastic cap at the bottom of the radiator. If you want a fun joke, you should look up and see what that's called from Nissan. And because we're doing this as if it's on jack stands, oh, there it is. Oh no, this one's a Phillips head. I got confused with DE. Some have like a little butterfly twist. This one is a Phillips head. So I'll grab that, we'll drain it out, and then we can go to the reservoir. I don't know if you can see this one, Dave. Let's show the people.
Yeah, it might be,
right.
little flashlight there. Where are we going?
Right here.
Yep.
Yeah, little Phillips head cap.
Yep.
Cool. And now also it's worth noting that if you guys are going to drain your coolant and reuse it, use a clean pan. This one is not the cleanest, but we are putting all brand new coolant in it. So just keep that in mind. Should I just pull it? Make a little bit of a mess just to get it done faster? I'm making a mess.
Making a mess. Grab your brooms. It's a mess.
All right, so now while that's draining, we'll go back up top and start working around the coolant reservoir. All right, so first step on the reservoir is removing this line off of this nipple, off the coolant neck. So slide that guy up. And let me see if I can pull this off and rotate it, because that clip is facing the engine. Just give it a little motivation. There we go. Let me see if I can't grab this guy and rotate it. There we go. Boom. Set that guy to the side. So while this is finishing draining, I'm going to go ahead and prep removing the next coolant line, the one that goes from the bottom of the reservoir over to a hard tube on the driver's side right here. So this guy's got to come out of the bottom of the reservoir and right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these rags, I'm going to disconnect it from the hard line first, and then I can remove the hose as I pull up from the reservoir. So I'm sure some coolant's going to spill out. So I'm just going to take these rags and kind of shove it up underneath there. That way when I pull this hose, those rags will catch at least as much as possible. But we are going to wait until that finishes draining so we can slide the pan under there for any residual that drips down the block. Am I going to be able to fish it and find it? Nope. Got it. Also, while we're waiting on coolant, this 10 mil here at this AC retainer bracket needs to come off. Super easy. Is it just one? Yeah, it's just one. Then it looks like it's clipped on. It is. Ah, there we go. And then one more down here. There we go. Boom. And if my memory serves correctly, oh, I see. It's right there. You push that guy in, and then it swings out. You push that guy up. And then that swings out. Cool. But I don't believe we use this. Fun tip. Did you know, Alex, that you can tune the horn with that little Phillips head screw?
I did not know.
Yeah. You take a little screwdriver and you run it in or out, and you can change the tone of your horn. So you can make it sound like a smart car, or make it sound like a 370, because I don't really think you can go much lower than it already is. But
Don't tell Subaru drivers.
Mimi. Oh yeah, Subaru guys are those ones that have like the red horns in front.
Yeah,
Dumb, stupid.
The Hello horns?
Yeah.
Twin turbos?
Yeah. Or Perrin makes them too. Yeah. Yeah.
They add horsepower, you know that, right?
No, they don't. All right, coolant's almost done draining. We'll put the plug back in, come over, put the pan underneath this side, and get that lower reservoir hose disconnected. Drain, going back in, drain plug. Oh, this floor is disgusting.
And you sat in it. I sat in it.
Okay, so let's get this area cleaned up, move the pan over. So we're gonna remove this clamp off of the hose line to the hard line, the soft line to the hard line, hose line. Yes, words, those are words, Austin, good job.
Nice.
All right, and we got our drain pan directly below, so I'm gonna pull this out. I'm sure some's gonna come out, and I'm gonna tilt it straight down because there is some residual in the reservoir, and it's going to come out this hose that I'm about to pull off. So let me tuck this MAF connector up. That way no coolant gets in it. Everything else is good and clean. Okay. I also don't want to pull too hard and sling coolant all over myself. And it sucks because it has this kind of like shielding, so like when I pull on it, I'm not actually pulling on the hose. Oh. Yeah, let's grab a flathead and see if I can't wiggle that guy out. Oh, nice.
That was anticlimactic.
Nice, I like it. All right. So now I am expecting a little bit to come out of here because I do, oh no, the reservoir is dry now. Okay.
Great.
So I'm gonna snake my needle nose around and go right here on this clip that I cannot get my second hand into. Ah! So I am going to slide this guy off. It goes right here. No clamp, just pull it off. Grab a couple 10 mils, and while we're here, this is going to be separate from you guys. Wesley does have the dual catch can system. These will have to be removed. There is no way to make these work. We are currently developing, at the time of this video, a kit to use a catch can with the supercharger, so that will be out in the future. But for now, those got to go, unfortunately. 10 mil here, 10 mil here, and set these aside. We'll pull that reservoir out. All right, and just pull this guy up, hose with it. Oh, there's a little bit of residual.
That's why the pan was there.
It's under here. And set this guy to the side. Reservoir's out. Next is the coolant, oil, cooler, warmer, right? Coolant runs through it to help get your engine oil up to temp, but also if you go beyond a certain limit, it's supposed to help cool it. That whole system's got to go. And then remove some pulleys, a belt, and then we can start clearancing.
What's your
That whole neck.
clearance?
Yeah, what's your clearance, Clarence?
How excited are you that you have to cut into this beautiful piece of machinery?
I'm terrified. I'm terrified. We have to cut this to make this hole a little bit bigger. It's already drilled out a little bit for the 3-inch intakes that he had, but we got to go a little bit bigger. Same thing on this side. The core support, the sheet metal, and then right here on the frame rail, you see on this pinch weld where the metal comes up, we got to notch that down to the frame rail. So like that section there, right here, has to go. And yeah. So I'm obviously going to take my time. We're going to make it as clean as possible because it is not my car. But the good thing is, if it is your car and you're doing this at home, get it done by any means necessary because it ends up being covered up in the end. So even if you're not that good with an angle grinder or anything, you're good. It's covered up. This job is so ratchet. The car has a factory oil cooler right here. You can see these lines coming off of it. This big mamma jamma that the oil filter goes onto, and we have to delete it. So first thing first, remove the massive drain plug from Nismo that Wesley has on it. That's not a 14, that looks like a 17. And we have to remove the...
Oh, it is very large.
Yeah, that's huge. It's a Nismo drain plug. Thank you, Wes, for not putting your oil filter on too tight. All right, so it's loose. I'll get this drained out. We'll pull the filter, and then we can start removing this guy and the associated lines. Oh, it's a long one. Ooh,
That was good.
bro. Nothing.
That was impressive.
Nothing.
That was also, look how clean this oil is.
Yeah, he takes care of his car.
You could all
Like,
see through it.
look, none even on the plug, none on the hands.
Do you think Wes will trust us now?
Right? Like, come on. Look, I got a little bit of oil on the end of the plug, and that's because it was already coated in oil. This thing's titanium.
Wow.
And it's super light. Get that washer off of there. We can throw that away. All right, we'll let that drain for a second. Put this guy back in. I guess I'll put this washer back on it just for now. We're gonna obviously put a new one on it when we refill the engine, and then we'll slide it over and get that guy off and start disconnecting all these. And when we disconnect these lines, they come all the way up here and then go up. I can see the one right there below the AC compressor. You are gonna have to cap them off. So we need to find our little pack of hardware that came with the Supercharger Kit in one of the boxes, and go ahead and have those silicone caps prepped and ready. So while this is draining, let's go ahead and do that. I am loosening it, right? Yeah. Let it start draining as well. And now let's go find our hardware. So we got a total of 4 boxes for everything. 2 really big ones, one for the pulley that we chose, and then another one for the air intake. And on page 2 of the install guide is a really nice breakdown of what comes in what. So box 1 contains hardware tray, which is in box B of box 1. So if you guys look, whenever you get our boxes, always put a label on it. This is box number 1, so our hardware tray should be somewhere in there. But I can see our box right here. Little cool little tackle box. And you know what, let's go ahead, take some time. I don't want to lose everything, and let's try to reorganize some of this stuff. Look at this nifty, oh, there's a zip tie. Oh, I need those. I need these. Hose clamps, Loctite, some T-fittings, various hardware. And here are the silicone caps. And this is why you should always verify. I'm missing one. So we got our 2 caps here for the lines that we're removing to cap off these 3 hardline points. There was only 2 in the box. Well, come to find out, there is a 3rd, and it is included in the coolant reservoir box. It's a whole kit because you have to relocate the reservoir. Yeah. So you don't have to do that until really later in the install. So we've actually made a recommendation that rather than 1 go in that and 2 go in here, just all 3 go in here. So if you get 2 and you need 3 because you have a late style, check that coolant reservoir kit box. It's probably in there. And if you're watching this a year from now, hopefully these are all 3 in the kit. But we do have everything we need. So it should be done draining. Some of the lines are still connected where we actually use these plugs. So we're gonna remove the factory engine cooler, oil cooler system. So got to take the filter off, undo some hoses there, take that whole housing off, and then undo the lines around the engine. So let's go under the car. Alrighty. Thread in the drain plug that never ends. There we go. And undo the oil filter the rest of the way. This thing's been dripping here for a while, so it should be good. I'm gonna get up, throw this guy away, and grab a couple rags and clean off the area that we will be working with. All right, so this thing's still dripping a little bit. I'm just gonna move it over. Oh my goodness, I made a mess. But we gotta remove this hose, remove this rubber hose, and then you see these hard lines that run across the front of the block. One turns and goes up, the other one goes over here. Those guys gotta go away as well. So, it looks like a 10 mil there, 10 mil there. And then these two rubbers go to the cooler. 21. That's a 2. Oh. Well, that was easy.
What was it?
I used 21.
Oh.
It had a little bit of play in it, and I wasn't the biggest fan of it, but I just wanted to see if it would be enough to get it loose, and
Sure
definitely was. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, buddy. Ugh. Alrighty. So, realistically, if I grab those two rubber hoses, I should be able to pull that entire piece off of the side of the block. There we go. There's a breeze. Blowing the oils. All right. So I'm going to try and leave the rubber lines on the factory cooler, and I'm just going to remove the clamps at, what does it feel like? Oh, okay, I see. I might be able to pull this one off.
That's coolant, sir.
I forgot these are full of coolant and not oil. Whoops. You're not supposed to mix these two.
It's fine. It's just going back in the car anyway. It's going to end up in the same place.
Giving away his coolant. There we go.
Oh.
Sorry, Dave. Oh, the joys of filming and working at the same time. So we got our factory cooler off in a rather climactic fashion. Sorry about that, Dave. You good?
I'm good.
Okay. So yeah, goes the engine block. Stud goes through that, oil filter goes on there. When we do our oil cooler kit, this will be deleted. It gives us a new stud to thread into the block to put our sandwich plate and then the filter on over that. So that had to go anyways. Now we can head back down and remove the two hard lines that go in front of the block. You will need a 10 mil, and I do suggest a ratcheting wrench because it is tight. Right here. So these two hard lines right above the sway bar, right above your oil pan. One branches off and goes up that way. One goes off that way. These got to be removed. So there's a 10 mil here and a 10 mil here. And actually I may use my swivel if I can get it up there. It's going to be a lot easier than trying to do it with a hand wrench. There's one. And there's two. Go. Which Separates those guys. So now we can, let's see, remove this guy, which really we got to get to that guy up there and put a cap off of this coolant line way up there. Disconnect this hard line from here, pull this rubber hose, and then we have to cap the hard line at the end of the rubber hose right there. Right there. So it's way up there. It's gonna be a little bit of a pain, but we'll get it off. There we go. Okay.
That's very odd.
That hose is not letting go because that clamp's not letting go. And I don't know what I can do about it because the clamp broke. So like I can't squeeze it to get it apart.
Yeah. Can you cut it?
I don't know with what. There we go. Got it. Yeah. That guy. That made it a little difficult. Alrighty. So we got our hose from this hard line to that hard line removed. Shoot this way, like kind of where I'm sitting. Can you see that? It goes from here to here.
Show me one more time. I want to make sure I got it.
Here
Yeah.
to there.
Yeah, I got it.
So this line's going to be deleted. We're going to remove it. So we're going to put a cap on this one, just like that. There we go. There we go. Cool. So caps on. All right, now let's go up top and see if we can't get these hard lines removed. So we got that one cap on the bottom. I can go ahead and do one up top, but there's an additional one. Come take a look. So here's one that went to the bottom of the reservoir, right? We deleted the reservoir, that line. So we just got to get a spring clamp on there. The other one is here below what is the lower radiator hose. So we have to remove this rubber line. This hard line here is the one that goes down the front of the block and over towards the oil cooler, the factory oil cooler. So we're deleting this whole hard line, which means we're deleting the rubber line that comes here. So we got to cap that guy off. In order to get to the hard line, there's those two 10 mils that we removed right above the oil pan. There's one more about halfway up the block, and the serpentine belt is definitely getting in the way of me getting that out. So what we're going to do is take a long 3/8, put it on the tensioner, pull it out, shove a pin in the tensioner to hold the tension, slide the belt off, and then from there we'll need to remove that 10 mil to get the hard line out. We're jumping a couple of steps. Really, the belt doesn't come until later, but if it helps us remove this and the belt's got to come off anyways, why not go ahead and do it now? So right here on the tensioner, you can see this is where we got to go. That's where we are. So we're going to put a 3/8 ratchet on the end of the tensioner down there, and then when these two holes line up, I'm just going to take this spare Allen key that I have and slide it in to hold it there. We'll take the belt off and continue on. So this guy is going to go right in there. Whew. Good tensioner, Wesley. Good tensioner. So Dave, Do you think you can hold this and film at the same time?
I'm gonna try.
So you see the holes.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
Yep. Here.
These two, right?
Yep. Can you see it from the camera? Or we got Alex. Do we trust Alex?
With the camera? Or
Oh,
with the
no,
pen?
you film. He puts the pen in.
I don't know what would be worse, or what we could trust him more with.
Let's see if he can do the pen.
All right.
Okay. What am I doing?
Exactly.
Go. All right. You see this hole?
Yeah.
You see this hole?
Yeah.
I'm going to crank on the tensioner until those holes line up, and you're going to slide that,
Slide that
through
in.
both of them.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the short end, whichever fits.
Which is it?
All right, you ready?
Yep.
Alex, move your left hand.
Okay.
Alex, move your left hand.
Alright. Okay, done.
Cool. All right.
Go for it.
Now, we can start the other install video. This is how to remove your ratchet from a tensioner. Just kidding, go. Now that our tensioner has been detensioned, we can remove lead belt. God. Well, that was a pain in the ass. Nissan, why is the tensioner go like this and then the pulley is on the inside and then the engine block? Why not recess the tensioner, like have the tensioner come down, angle and then go down, and then have the pulley there?
Because that would make too much sense.
Horseshit. Where's that 10 mil? There it is. I see it. I still don't know how to get to it, but I see it. I know how to get to it. So we're going down to there. No, yes. Ow. Actually, you might be able to shoot from above.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely easier down here.
Yeah. That was perfect from up here.
Cool. Oh, that's still connected to a rubber hose, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Up top.
Gosh darn it. Okay. Where are we going? This one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Which means, all right, Dave, we're going right here
Yes, sir.
because I'm just going to leave the rubber line connected to that hard line since it's all trash anyways.
Yep.
Got 'em. So, hose clamp, and I'm going to try and preserve this one because I need it for the, what is it called? The plug. Plug. All right. Where my needle nose. There we go. Ta-da! Needs cap there. So it's like a grenade. So this guy's got to go that one. Just like that. Good to go. And then one more right there. Where's our other cap? So cap on. Boom. Capped, capped, and then the one underneath the AC compressor, capped. Alrighty, tensioner's tension, belt's already off, so we kind of did a 2-in-1 there. I'm gonna clean up a little bit of the coolant mess I made getting those lines off. And where do we go from there? Are we clearancing?
Take your pulleys off?
Oh yeah, that's right, we gotta take a couple pulleys off. Good call, David. And for this, again, the install guide doesn't cover it. If it's just these right here, I'll be fine. I think it is. Never mind. I was going to say, could remove the upper radiator hose just to give a little bit more room, but I'm pretty sure it's just, there's one idler there, there's one idler there, and then a smooth idler there. It's one of those three, all three, combination of the three. I don't know. We got an install guide. We'll figure it out. So 14 mil on a breaker bar, highest top grooved idler pulley. That guy's coming off. So slide our 14 on there.
Got it.
Cool. Easy peasy. Set that guy to the side. I'm going to use just socket just to get it out a little bit. And hopefully this is not one of those situations where you take the bolt out and then it hits the radiator and then you can't remove it until you remove the radiator.
Gosh.
God, I hate
Like
moments.
an alternator bolt?
Yes, like an alternator bolt on a D. How would you know that?
I don't know. I've actually knocked on wood, haven't had to do my alternator yet.
Wait, I thought you did.
No, that was Nathan.
Oh, it was
He had an
Nathan.
HR, so
VHR.
maybe HR.
Boom. Sweet. Now is the time to do spark plugs or check your spark. The good thing is, Mr. Oak provided us with GTR plugs. And I'm going to confirm. Wesley, not that I don't trust you or anything, just, you know, I want to make sure. I'm going to be thorough. Even if you told me right now, if you texted me and said, yes, they're GTR plugs, I would still check the part number, check the part number, check.
Check, mic check, 1, 2, 12.
Let's see, Z1, change, Nissan, GTR, R35, spark plug, JF01D, JF01D. Cool, they are GTR plugs, so no need to gap, no need to even check them. We're good to go. These are OE VR38, which are good for the HRVHR under boosted applications, which is exactly what we're doing. So while I'm here, I'm going to see if we need to remove the upper plenum just because it's like 8 bolts and a couple 10 mils on the back, couple of vacuum lines, 2 of which are already disconnected because we got rid of the catch cans. So if we have to remove that, we're just going to go ahead and do it. It'll make getting to the coil packs just that much easier. I don't know if we do though. I pull that back. Nah, I can access everything fine. It's not going to make a difference.
So you're not going to take the bottom off?
Nah. There's no need.
Yeah.
Apparently we don't have to. I had assumed this had to come off.
Yeah.
We don't. That's good to know. So what we can do, okay. Solid.
Great.
Cool, PCV is off, so what I'll do is disconnect each coil pack, right, like that. Oh, come on. Will not be defeated by frickin' spark plugs. There we go. And then this rear one is a rear facing, so it's kind of tight. Let's switch with me, Dave. Who has these tiny hands at Nissan? Oh, they're Japanese, I forgot. How did you do that?
Because I walked away.
You're like a dog on a leash. It's wrapped around the freaking post at a picnic table. There we go. Cool. Grab my 10 mil. Let's go ahead and do the other side before I do that. We'll just do it all at once. One, two, and three. It hit the ground. Yep. 1, 2, and 3. And then I don't know why I'm just a little bit OCD when it comes to coolant packs. I like taking them out of the cylinder and putting them back in the cylinder that they came in. So I'll just orientate these in such a way. That way I remember. There we go. And then now we can get in there with a spark plug socket. Get those guys out once I do the other side. That one's got to go in at a weird angle because that fuel line there now. Alrighty, so now I need a spark plug socket, which I do not have. I only have normal sockets. I have a socket that'll fit the spark plug, but not one with the little retaining rubber keeper thing on. Gave me a tool
That you can't find.
Dave, where's my 14? There it is. So I'm gonna use a ratchet. I always get weird around spark plugs and cylinder heads and aluminum. I don't like using power tools, man. It just makes me feel weird. So here it is. I figured one of the techs would have like one of those spark plug sockets. Nope. Just standard 14.
I think I have a spark plug socket.
And a magnet. Because the engine, or the head is aluminum. So, no worries there. We're going to guide that guy down. Over this way.
Really? Nobody has a spark plug socket?
I mean, I'm sure somebody does. We'll move that guy. Little lefty-loosey. Until she's all the way out. There we go. Then we'll take our magnet and boop. And out with the old plug. Good looking plugs, bud. Do this one bank at a time. That way it leaves these cylinders exposed as little as possible. So I'll take one out. Wesley wants to retain all of his factory parts. So set that to the side. Drop that guy in there. And grab my 14 and thread it in by hand. Also, if you guys did not have a magnet or a spark plug socket, you can always use the coil pack that you took out. Just back it out all the way with a 14, put the coil pack in there, it'll stab the spark plug and it'll come out all in one. When you go to put it in, they're labeled. This one's 3, this one back here is 5. So don't get it mixed up. Put it in. Line up your bolt hole like that, and then the connector should be right there next to it. that guy. Hey, Dave,
Yes.
it's time to start clearancing. I get to cut it up. It is that time, boys and girls. So you can kind of see a before and after, right? Before, after. Let's see if we can kind of like go up like this.
Clank.
And then we'll, I think I just got to take that corner off. And where's the after? Yeah, that looks good. Just kind of, I might broaden this out a little bit. Just kind of like there. Yeah, let's start there. I like power tools. Alrighty. So that one goes up and over, goes up. Like it's a little thinner there, but for that corner in there, it looks about the same thickness. I did not go as far down as they did because Wesley did this part down here. So I think we're gonna leave it like this. And then when we go to test the intake and get it through here, if it's not enough, I was gonna say, I can take out this down here, but the AC lines are above it anyways. So trimming more down here, I don't think is gonna help me. So I think we're good. I don't know, we'll see when we go to like final test fit. So let's go to passenger side. It looks like this went further that way. And I leave this square, but that hole goes, and it's kind of like right into that hole. The right side looks okay. This looks okay. This needs to go over a little bit, so I'll kind of cut here and then go up and then kind of cut this in between where it is now and where that hole is. I'll kind of go right in the middle, through the middle of this hole, and then back around, and then connect back with this, kind of like right there. Kind of like here, down like that. And kind of connect back in. Ready?
Yeah.
And the good thing is I don't have any AC lines or anything. I can go too deep and I'll hit metal, but not the end of the world. The only thing I'm worried about is how am I gonna get up into there without nicking this. Oh.
What?
So let's start here and I'll kind of come down and then curl in. At least that's the idea. You ready?
Yep.
So I stopped a little early, and that was kind of not intentional. Let me start here. I kept turning. There it goes. Yeah, it was a big hunk on the back. You're a big hunk. Yeah, it was okay. Like, I just gotta know when I need to stop and when, like, because this flexes. So like when I'm trying to turn, like I gotta turn more than just like guiding it, because this isn't 100% rigid. Like sometimes I'm flexing the blade, but it's still going in that direction. Yeah, I don't like this being in my way. It was going to keep going that way.
Yeah. When you got it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the cleanest, but
That's the other tools for it.
yep. Cool. Core support's good. Well, the front half. Now we got to do the back half. And then we got to do the frame. So we did the core support, now we're on the sheet metal. So what I'm going to do, there's a metal lip right here. You can see how much my finger gets covered up right there. And this one is actually 3 pieces of steel. It's an outer, this middle one, and then that one. So this 90 degree here is going to be a little tough, but effectively what we're going for. It's kind of this. Sorry, I know it's not the straightest line. I'm a little shaky. Don't get to play with power tools every day. So that's what I'm going for. You don't have to go all the way down. I might go a little bit further. Just do that. So that's where we're going. All right, so there, yeah, I gotta go in line here. So maybe a little bit further over. Let's do that. And I'm just going to kind of come at an angle, and then I can always take that other piece and just kind of clean that corner up. Oh, here goes nothing. That looked good. We're getting there. It started to walk a little up. That's why I stopped.
Yeah.
It was like getting too close to this edge.
Oh, I see now.
You see, it started to kind of go up, and even with me torquing the blade, it still didn't really want to go. Why did I do that?
Austin, it might be kind of hot.
I've never cut metal before, Dave.
No?
Can you tell? Whew. Dude, that really got me. That hurt.
The blade, dude. Look at the blade.
Oh.
Wait. Turn it again. Other one. I won't focus because it's too thin. There we go. Time for a new blade, I think, sir.
Sean, I'm sorry. Dude, you should come see how clean this cut is.
Dude, you did such a good job.
Did that brake clean take that paint off right there? Or was that already like that? I mean, it doesn't matter. It's on the inside. It's going to be covered up, but...
It's also going to come off anyway.
True. Keep spinning my blade. We're getting there, though. Heck yeah, bro.
Hey, gone.
Pick it up.
I don't want it. It's probably really hot.
Yeah, it is really hot. Don't pick it up.
I'm going to touch it. I want to touch it.
Why are y'all chuckling and then you walked up like that?
It's the piece of metal I cut off. Why does it look like that?
Looks familiar.
Looks like mine.
John, why does it look like that?
You know who would like that?
Who?
That guy that runs Sonic Tune, Mark something.
Oh,
He
Mark
loves
Robert?
things like that. Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Oh. I should send it to him.
You should.
Okay. Max. I cut a piece of metal off. It looks just like a dick. So what I think I'm gonna do for this is I'll come here at an angle and just like introduce it here, maybe even down here, and then just kind of go over and then walk it up and then curve back over. Well, that was nice. Did I do it, Dave? Boom. Needle dick. Why do they all look like dicks?
It's always dick.
Yes, sir. So I'll...
You're not going to cut these. These are going to be in your way.
Do you see what this man's trying to do to you, Wes?
Look at how they massacred my boy. It's weight reduction.
You weird swivel. Oh, that's actually really cool.
Oh, that's what I thought you were going to say.
So core support clearance, passenger and driver side. Driver side inner and outer. Outer than inner. So now we're going to go ahead and go to the frame. All right, so the frame. This is the one I was kind of most nervous about, but actually after all that, I feel kind of good about it. Oh, it's a little bit more forward than I thought. Okay. So if you look, what I'm going to try and do here is, you see this seam here, this point of view is taken this way. So I don't want to, I want to keep this paint covered up. Right. Yeah. So there's a dot right there. So it looks like I'm going here. And then they want me to go to, is that clip the AC line? So 1, 2, right before 3, 1, 2, right before 3, right. There. And then I'll put a little on top. Alrighty. So that's where I'm going, is there to there. And I'm gonna come down, cut straight across, and then go up. All right, there is a 10 mil that holds on the AC line right here in the middle of the frame, in the middle of where I need to notch. So, just for simplicity's sake, I'm going to remove it. That way I can kind of push this guy a little bit out of the way. I could try to bungee it, and then same thing with this. When I cut this one, to make as deep as I need to go, I will hit this AC line. So again, I can just kind of pull it out, tuck it out of the way. And actually that might do it. Yeah, let's show people that. Can you see this clip here? Yep. So the AC line normally rests in that clip. We popped it out. You know what? Just push the AC line down and tuck it under that clip. And now I'll hit frame before I hit that AC line, especially if I'm coming in with my cutter this way, because I'm going to cut down and then want to go left. So I can skip that, but obviously that's going to be my key point. And I might have a piece of leftover hose that I'll take a little bit and cut down the center and wrap it around it. So if I see that silicone jumping, I'm getting close to the AC line. Just never be too cautious in this. The last thing I want to do is replace an AC line. And just... And this does not need to be pretty. This will eventually come off. There we go. So now I can split this silicone in half like that. Come down below. There we go. And I'll slide it down right there. That way it just gives me that little extra piece of protection. I can see if I start cutting into this, and I know I'll need to remove that, put it somewhere else, and I did grab one more piece to put on this one as well. And again, this one's going to be a little too small, but enough just to get around it. There we go, just to give me some extra wiggle room there. All right, you ready, Dave?
I'm ready. R.I.P.
I tried. So you are cutting through 2 pieces of steel there, and then I'm going to have to go through 2. But when I cut this long ways down this way, I am going to have to cut through 3 right here. It is going a little bit slower than it did on the back of the core support on that driver hole up here. Take your time, no rush. Definitely don't want to rush these things. And I did go through 1 blade already trying to get through that, and it was a used blade when I borrowed it from Sean, so it is what it is.
Beefy blade?
Huh?
Beefy blade?
Beefy blade. see how this goes.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Go for it.
that was awesome.
That was awesome. That was very satisfying. Thought it was getting close to the silicone.
Oh, it's so close.
It's out.
I got it. It was that last little bit of 3 that
Yeah.
was giving me a hard time. So, if you're doing this with a saw like that, get a lot of blades.
All of the blades.
All of the blades. All right, let's clean it up. The notch in the frame has been made. That was like the one part I was like super nervous about. So yeah, come take a look. I smoothed it out a little bit off camera, used the blade, and then after that, I used this little guy and just sat there and took out the high spots, kind of just smoothed it out as best I could. And yeah, we're left with this. Now you don't have to remove this whole section. What you can do if aesthetics aren't like the biggest deal and it gets covered up by the blower, you can just do a cut here and here like I did, and then fold that over on top of the frame rail. So personal preference, up to you. We decided to cut it, and then now we're going to seal it up with some heavy duty adhesive. We're just gonna kind of lay a bead up the side, down, and then back up. And this is gonna prevent that metal from rusting, or you can see there's like kind of little gaps in the metal. There's like one there, and then where these 3, there's definitely some big ones there. You don't want water getting in the frame rail and just kind of soaking in there and just kind of sitting, corroding away. So we're gonna seal it up. The stuff holds pretty fast. I think it said 10 minutes to where it holds, but it is a full 24-hour cure. So we're gonna do this, and then we just gotta be mindful of trying not to touch it while we continue the rest of the install. Ideally, you would like to do this and then maybe go to bed and then come back at it the next morning. But we're gonna keep going, so yeah. There we go. Kyle suggested that we use a adjustable wrench, big guy. So I'm gonna wrap this cloth around that edge, tighten down, and we're just gonna do a little bit, and then I'll slide it up a little bit and go a little bit, almost kind of like a fender roll like kind of concept. And we're just gonna kind of work our way up here and kind of back down, and we're just gonna bend this guy over just a little bit and try to not touch our seam sealer. Yeah, so let me grab this piece of paper and make sure I'm getting it in the right spot. Yeah, so it looks like 2 or 3 inches up off of the bend. So I'll start, yeah, kind of where that dot is, almost right where those 2 pieces of metal begin. So it's kind of like there, kind of right in here. So yeah, let's get to bending. So a little bend there, and then I'm just going to keep working my way up. So you can see already making a nice little ripple there. Actually going to come down and get this joint right there, which it's wanting to slip off. I might have to thin out this rag a little bit just to get a good bite on it. Oh, yeah, it doesn't look bad at all. So I actually think that'll be enough. It's a little wavy. I might go in and just kind of fine tooth. I got a little bit of a high spot there. Yeah, kind of right there in the middle. Let me get that one just to smooth it out that last little bit. Nobody wants it looking like a piece of bacon. So yeah, that should be good. It should give us all the clearance we need. And when we go to put the blower in and mount it onto the engine, it'll be very easy to tell whether that pulley is gonna make contact. So I did that kind of light. And if it does end up making contact, we'll just, before we bolt everything down, we'll just pull it right back out, give it a little bit more bend and keep going. Sweet, so now that that's bent, frame has been notched, core support, drilled out the plastic on both sides and the metal on the back side of the driver. Last cut needs to be made. So we're gonna remove these two U-clips here on the top of the core support where the old coolant reservoir went, and our install guide says hack this one off and only remove the U-clip here. You don't need this, it's not used, so just for ease of everything, just to clean it up. I don't want that sitting there. We're just gonna shave both off. And yeah, this one should be relatively easy. Ooh. There we go. Haha.
Oh, you got it already.
Haha.
He's too
You like
fast.
that? Houdini.
I didn't have time to walk around and get a better angle.
Trash. All right, how am I cutting this off?
A saw.
Not in the mood for your shit today, Justin. And gonna go right in line with that. And then kind of this one here, there's like a little groove right here. I'm gonna follow it straight down and cut there. Let's start here first. So you're getting gummed up quick. It's melting the paint off of it.
Yeah.
And there is a harness there, which is concerning. So I'm actually gonna go the opposite way because I don't want to accidentally nick that. There we go.
Great.
Yeah.
It looks like marshmallow.
It's just melting it.
It was very funny.
Let's clean up that one little guy. There we go. Cool. Now I'll swap over, clean those up, and we can start installing stuff. Now I need to take a little bit off of that edge. Easy peasy. Yeah, I like trimming the plastic a lot more than the metal.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier.
Yeah, a little bit. Sweet. I'm going to get some compressed air, blow this off. That adhesive should be almost good, at least enough to start working around, and we can start throwing the blower on. So before we proceed any further, you guys may have noticed there's an oil cooler on the car. It's the Z1 34 row Pro Cooler, wrapped lines, thermostatic sandwich plate, all the goodies on that one. We want to give it the maximum cooling capacity as always. We aren't showing that in this video. I went ahead and did it off camera. There is already a how-to video for the 370Z oil cooler that you can find either in the listing for the oil cooler or on YouTube if you need to watch that. But we wanted to keep this strictly supercharger, so we omitted it from this video, but if you need it, it's there. So let's work on some pulleys and some supercharger. You ready?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
You know how you like come down?
Yeah.
And then you like, ah,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Like you do that?
Oh, yeah.
It's hitting me.
Yes.
We're going.
Second wins. Well,
Yep.
first win, but the second win.
Locate the V6 Supercharger Kit. Cool. Why is it called a V6 Supercharger Kit?
Because I guess it won't work on a V8.
That contains the triple idler pulley bracket, double idler bracket, 3 5mm spacers, 5 pulleys, and hardware. So the cool thing is, Dave, go ahead and show them.
Let's try it.
Triple idler pulley bracket, number 38, double idler bracket, number 39, number 47, number 44 through 46. So even if I knew how to do this like all the way through and I was the one that designed it and everything, I would still use this list that comes in the front of the install guide. Like it's a nice little inventory cheat sheet, tells you what box everything goes in. This is the stuff we've already done, and this is the stuff we still gotta do. So now I can just lay this out because I have 4 boxes of stuff and there's a lot of stuff in these boxes, as you can see. So let's go through and figure out what all we need. I didn't eat breakfast today. The bracket, and we're doing the triple first. Ooh. Love on big solid hunks of aluminum like this when you can see the CNC work of like all those machine marks. It almost looks like you should feel it with your finger, but you can't. It's so microscopic. But you can see it. Pretty. And it should go. I don't know. We'll figure it out. All right. So 3 bolts. Move. So 1, 2 right here. And then 3 is right on top of the AC compressor right there. And then this is the harness that they were talking about. So I'll push this clip in. Might be able to get it now. I'll use needle nose. And what I'm going to do is unbolt the dipstick, unclip this, and then this harness just goes to this one connector down here. So unbolt it, route it behind the dipstick, go ahead and get this guy out of the way, and then remove those 2 and that 1 bolt, and proceed from there.
Austin,
Yes, sir.
you found the dipstick.
It's a VHR, man.
You found it.
It's the best dipstick location of all the Nissan engines.
Amazing.
Well, for the dipstick, set that guy to the side. There we go. You just need fingers. That's all you need. You just need fingers.
Fingers.
All right, so this should now route down like that. And then we'll connect this guy to that front solenoid. Where's the connector? There it is. Now we put the bolt back in for our dipstick. Cool. And that's kind of tucked in out of the way. And now we can remove those 14s. First bolt's right there. I can break it free. I just don't want to lose a knuckle. Okay. Got a little bit more leverage on this. There we go. Yeah, those guys are on there pretty tight. So that was number 1, this is number 2. And then number 3 is down here right in front of, or right on top of the AC compressor. One, 2, and 3. And I believe they are all the same bolt. So now, absolutely important, do not forget to do this. When you take these 3 bolts out, you're gonna come over to your hardware kit, pull your trash can out, and throw them the fuck away. The right size for this, and 41 foot-pounds. Foot-pounds. I'm guessing this one. Bingo. You know what? Nope, I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. I'm not gonna use star bits on an Allen bolt, right? Because we're better than that, Kyle. We don't use star bits on an Allen. So 3 bolts. I got our 8mm Allen. This says HW8. I'm assuming the 8 is 8mm. And then we're gonna torque these guys to 41 foot-pounds. You know what? Just because I can. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do 41.1 just because I'm a rebel.
That's over torquing.
Did I tell you that thing I saw about double?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like double doing like lug nuts. They're like, oh, you're actually over torquing the engine or over torquing the lug nuts, and
Yeah.
over time that'll damage them. And I'm like,
No.
no. No. Wheels, take your wheels on and off. I don't care how careful you are. You're gonna go through wheel studs every time. All right, so bracket, bolt. I'm gonna let's go for the lower one first, and I'm actually kind of nervous because this is a big bolt, and I do not have a lot of room. So this lower bolt here, you kind of have to. There we go. Yeah, let me show you outside lake. If this is,
around the hood again.
you did it again.
I did it again.
You're such a dog. So if you have the bracket in your hand, what you're gonna do is take the bolt and go ahead and don't let it protrude out the other side, but the bracket's kind of thick, so go ahead and stick the bolt in that much to where you can see the head on the other side, and then put both in at the same time, just because those radiator fans are so close. If you try to do the bracket and then just slide the bolt in, you'll never get it in, so you kind of have to start it, put both in at the same time and rock it down. And then I'm just going to barely start tightening this down. And now we'll get our other 2 bolts, run them in here and here, and we should be good to torque those down. Second bolt in right there. So 1, 2, 3 goes right underneath the VTC solenoid on the passenger side. And this one is also going to be a pain because the shroud. Also might help if I put it in the right hole.
That's what she said.
Shut up. Now torque down to 41.0 foot-pounds.
You put it back?
I put it back.
Oh, you're not who I thought you were.
Not my car, man. And then you're going to remove the extension because you're a moron and it's not going to fit. You're going to do it like that. Cool. 1 of 3 done. I'm going to take this socket off and run these guys in a little bit by hand. That way I'm not ratcheting for so long. You're going on an intern trip.
Yes.
You're gonna take my car up to BP and get me 5 shots of Fireball.
Can I have your card?
Make that 10.
Yes.
Make that 10. And can you get, wait, how much?
Number 2. And bolt number 3. I don't know how to get this in there.
That's what she said.
Shut up, intern. I like calling you intern sometimes.
Me too. It's the key.
I got it to go in, but it's so tight that it flipped the switch on the back of the ratchet, so now it's loosening on the torque wrench.
That's what she said.
God, who keeps fucking...
Ryan.
Oh, I wanted to throw it up there, but it's not my car, and I didn't want to break the
Throw it
windshield
there,
or my watch.
in the trash.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, as I keep doing it, ratcheting it, it keeps flipping. Okay, got it. On to the next step. A 60 mil smooth pulley. 60 mil smooth V3.
That's not a pulley.
The 70 mil smooth pulley. And the 7 rib idler pulley. 7 rib, smooth, 7 rib.
Do you think it tastes like ribs?
There's only one way to find out. 3 M10 by 50 mils. And 3 5 mil spacers. Install the pulleys with a spacer onto the triple bracket as shown below. The order should be bolt, pulley, spacer, bracket. Torque to 21 footer-pounds. Wow.
What the hell was...
Okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna go ahead and get the right socket. 14? Where's my 14? Yahtzee.
14 Gene?
So all these pulleys, we'll use these 3 14 mils. Got our pulleys. And I'm gonna go ahead and leave those wrapped up. And we're gonna do one at a time. Cool. Sweet. C-clip that retains the bearing faces the engine. That way you only see this side. So, step order, bolt, pulley, spacer on the engine. So this one, we're gonna go from left to right. We're on that black bracket still. So this one's gonna go here in this hole. And then we're gonna put the rib belt, and then the 70 mil smooth will go down there.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna do it.
What are you doing?
I'm making this easier on myself. There's no coolant in this thing, right?
No.
We drained it.
Or
Well, you
is
got
there-
no coolant, do we, Dave?
No.
Do we?
No.
Like, why not? Like, I need to get there. We're gonna need to do other stuff. I just can't forget to put this on before we do boost piping.
Because then, we'll need coolant.
So, put that up. Screwdriver. Alrighty. And all the 3 of these get torqued to the same, so that's pulley 1, we're gonna go to 2, then we'll go to 3 and torque it all down the end. So we got our 60 mil smooth, now putting on our 7 rib. And again, it is bolt, then pulley, and then you can see there is a 5 mil spacer back there. One set of tools that I personally don't own, but will absolutely be my next buy, is long ratcheting wrenches. These things are such a lifesaver. Like this 14, I don't need to tighten it down because you got to torque it just yet, but they get in it anywhere, like they're long enough to where you still have leverage. Like these things on exhaust flanges,
Oh yeah.
God, I love them. Cool. Sweet, sweet. Last one, 70 mil smooth pulley, bolt, pulley, spacer. Said it 3 times, so I hope you got it. I'm right-handed. This is easier to do it this way than it is for me to like do it the other way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
21 foot-pounds. Going in. Need a shallower socket. 1. 2. I have no idea how that's gonna work.
Underneath.
Oh, I have a solution. Beep. Cool. I'm excited. Cardboard!
Yes!
Always wanted it. I got it. At this point, it's gonna say it all in the install guide, and I'm telling you now, when you unbox it, do not spin it. There's no oil inside of this thing. Do not do that to yourself. We've seen it happen. Road Trucks have seen it happen. People spin these things prematurely without oil. They will not cover the warranty. So this is your warning. Do not spin this thing until it's on the car, lubricated, and good to go.
So spin it.
Fight the urge. Fight the urge.
I'm gonna.
So this is where your horsepower level comes into play. To be honest, I'm not completely sure which pulley represents which power, but Wesley decided to go with the 100 mil, which I think the only other option is the 90 mil below this. It's 110, 1, and 90. So we give you 2. That's cool. You definitely only need 1. That's cool. We go ahead and give you an extra belt. A 12 socket head. All of these, there's more than 1. There we go. 4 M6 by 25 mil socket heads. These guys. And 2 M6 by 60 mil. Don't think that's this. M6, no, it's the same as those. It's these guys, there we go. Yep. Sweet. So we'll close this back up for now. And we'll take this over to our bracket. So it's saying to Loctite these guys. I'm gonna hold off until the next step because after this, set that over there. We need to remove the 6 bolts from around the timing cover and 1 on top that the bracket bolts to. So I'm gonna remove those bolts, and then what we'll do is put a dab of Loctite on these 6 and then install the bracket with the blower into the car all at one time. I don't want Loctite just sitting on these running down while I'm trying to remove those, especially if I have a hard time with anything. So we will do that when we actually go to put that in. But for now, we need to remove those bolts, which I believe most of these should be 10 mils. So let me grab my impact and 10 mil. All right. So if you're looking at the VTC covers, right here, we're gonna start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then that guy that holds on that bracket right there. So, and the 10 mil on top, this bracket does get deleted. So I'll snip these 3 ties off, and we'll do zip ties later because these are the ones that stay captive in the bracket. But this bracket is all one piece, so I guess I have to remove that guy too. This does not get used to mount the supercharger. The one on top does, but you have to remove both to take the bracket off the car. So let's grab a pair of snips and clean up this. So be careful not to cut the harnesses, but 1, 2, and 3. Ooh, this makes me nervous. There we go. 1, 2, and 3. Sweet. Set that guy to the side. I'm gonna go ahead and do these two. I'm not sure, it doesn't say anything about this bolt. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set it to the side now, and if it ends up not being used, I may just put it back in the hole as long as it doesn't come into contact with anything, just so there's not an empty bolt hole. And the one on top and the other 6 we're about to remove from the front, you do not use these. You can keep them if you want as spare bolts. This is one I actually would probably recommend if you have like a bolt drawer. Probably throw these in, may come in handy one day, but you are not reusing these in the kit. Well, this guy gets thrown away. But now what we can do is remove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, the one behind this connector for the VTC, this one here, stays there. Everything else from this point over gets removed. And just to make it a little simple, let's disconnect that guy. We can go ahead and tuck this whole harness out of the way. Oh. I'm gonna use a swivel.
Nice.
2. 3, 4, 5, and 6. I feel like I'm not on it. There we go. Five and number 6. There we go. That's a good amount of Loctite. Cool. There we go. Where's my cap? That's the cap. All right. So now the fun part of grabbing this massive behemoth of a piece and putting it on that, while at the same time running bolts in it. I'm gonna phone a friend. I don't have any friends, Dave. So, we borrowed a Sean. Thank you, Sean. I don't know. Kind of part of me regretting this decision. Ooh, baby. Oh, is she tight? So the car on the dyno, these went under, which...
There we go. Like that. You'll have to... Oh,
Okay.
I see.
Yeah,
See how
yeah.
it's stayed.
You good.
There we go.
Cool. We're gonna go with first one there. Towards passenger side just a little bit. There we go. What are you laughing at?
You.
Everything we've done up to this point has been the 25 mils. So they go 1, 2, 3, and then 4 is going to go right here. Just like that. And now we're going to grab our two 60 mils, and they go here. There we go. All right. Now I gotta figure out how to get that 25 mil in there. Now that all the bolts are in and the supercharger's bolted to the engine, we can torque it to 9 foot-pounds. 9 foot-pounds.
Give or take. Yeah.
So next, now that everything is torqued down, you're gonna grab your double idler pulley bracket. It's the fancy machine looking one. It's all swirly and cool. So look on the bottom, you're gonna see a dot. So what the dot represents, if it's a single dot, it's the 90 mil or bigger pulleys, the one that you specify when you bought the kit. If it's an 80 mil, it'll have 2 dots. And it's just to get the spacing right. That's why we indicate it with the dots. That way we don't get it confused. You don't get it confused, and you can always change your pulley size later. So if you go below 90, you'll have to get a new one of these that will have 2 dots. So what we're gonna do is take these 2 flathead bolts, and then we got a 6 mil Allen. Come over to your supercharger bracket, and there's a hole here and a hole here. Dot goes on the bottom. So it'll go up just like this, and then obviously with these flat heads, they're gonna sit flush just like that. So let's get these guys threaded in there. That's 1. That's 2. And I'm gonna turn this guy on and set it to 34 foot-pounds. Cool. Where is my adapter? Ooh, that doesn't feel good. No. Go. Torque to 34. Boom and boom. Torque to 21 with a 14. Cool. All right, so smooth on the left, ribbed on the right. So we'll actually work away from the blower. We'll do the ribbed first. And there's no spacer on these like there was on the ones kind of in the center of the engine. That one's good. Good. Sweet. Let's keep going. All right, so I need 2 5 mils because now we're doing the supercharger pulley. This guy. Yerp. So we got to remove these. There we go. Put a dab of Loctite on these guys. And now there is 3 5 mil Allens on the back side, just like there is the front. So what I'm gonna do is I'll torque the front at the same time. I'll hold another Allen on the back to stop the supercharger from spinning, because again, there's no oil in it. Don't spin it until it's primed. All right, so goes like that. No, goes like that. There we go. And where are the holes? Okay. Right? All right, got a torque wrench set. Got my 5 mil right here in the back. I can actually set right there and it should stay. So that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. Awesome, that was easy. Pulley's torqued, it's time for the belt. And Yeah, it's kind of a big boy. Yeah. So if you need the diagram, it's in the install guide. I have mine right here. It's kind of a lot. So we disconnected the upper radiator hose. Again, it does not say that to do that in the install. I wanted to do it. There's no coolant in it. Make it a little bit easier to get to everything. This will be a combination of up top, down below, up top, down below. The hardest thing is, if you guys are looking, shut up. If you're looking at the front of the engine, the tensioner comes down and the tensioner pulley is technically on the back side of the tensioner, and then your front timing cover is here. So you kind of have to put the belt in this orientation and then loop it up over the tensioner, and then from there route it around. The tensioner is going to be the hardest part. So it is a good recommendation to start there and get it looped on there and then route everything according. And take your time. The tensioner is still being held with an Allen key from the beginning of the video when we started disassembly. So we're going to do all this, and when we're done with this, we can remove that tension, and then we can go on to the oiling system for the Rotrex itself. So yeah, I've had to do this once before on one of our other cars, and it was a little bit of a pain, but honestly, if you're this far in it, you ready, Dave?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
Yeah. Let's go. All right, so the idler is actually smooth, so I'm gonna do a loop like this, slide it, like if the tensioner pulley is here, I'm gonna slide it kind of up and around and then on the pulley, and then from there I'll route it the rest of the way, which the tensioner is there. So, Dave, I'm going down.
You're going down?
Yeah. Come on, up here. Yeah, cool. Enjoyed this montage of Austin putting on a belt and cussing at himself. Oh. Well, that was easy. I'm on the tensioner. You see that? Look at that. Where's my cheat sheet? Thank you. All right, tensioner, OEM pulley. Yep. See, I would have gone around the crank, not there. And then around this idler.
Going.
Good. So running the belt, this 60 mil smooth idler, you guys see the graph we're going right here, right, which, yeah, there you go. So that guy right there, which, go ahead, bump your exposure back up, Dave, is right here. So the edge of this pulley right here was extremely close to the tensioner, and it was so close to where I couldn't get a belt. The belt routes underneath it, as you can see. Yeah, I know. White piece of paper, sorry, it's bright. Belt goes underneath it like this, and the tensioner was so close you couldn't get the belt in between. That will change a little bit as we remove the tensioner, the little Allen key that's in there. So we just took the 14 mil out. It was already torqued to spec. We'll take it out. We're gonna run the belt, put this back in. Not a big deal. We'll just have to retorque it to spec, and then release the tensioner, and everything should be good.
Austin, how was that?
So I hate it for you guys, but I had to bring Dave into it, and unfortunately, that's not easy to film. There is a piece of advice I can give you. So right here, where the tensioner keys in there, even with a key holding it, you can actually release tension a little bit beyond that point. So Dave was down there with a ratchet to give me a little bit more slack because this belt is tight. The best recommendation I can give you, and it mentions it in the install guide, Jesus came over and gave us a hand while Dave was doing that. I was holding the belt like together on the pulleys that were already there. The smooth OE idler right here. This guy, do that guy last. Run it around every groove, every walled smooth pulley, everything else, but that smooth idler doesn't have a wall or anything, so it's the easiest to slide on. So route it through everywhere. Dave gave it a little bit more leeway after the key on the tensioner. Slide it on that smooth pulley, then you're good to go. Yeah, that was not fun. Wasn't the worst thing we've done, but it was a little bit of a pain.
up there.
Yeah. Yeah, but we're good. Belt's on, supercharger's on. Let's keep going. That was another chapter.
So what are we on now? 5?
Yeah, that was blower installation. That was number 3. So now we're on 4 out of 9. Oiling system. So parts needed. It's a lot of parts needed. So this is everything for section 4. Go Forks. Wait. Okay, step 1, locate everything in this list.
Is that really what it says?
Well, yeah, locate
Oh.
cooler, bracket, barb fittings, banjo bolts, lock nuts, spring clamps, crush washers, reservoir, reservoir bracket, button head hex bolts, Rotrex oil filter, P-loop, and 2-foot section, or 2-inch section. All right, locate the oil reservoir. Oh, dude, we're flying through this.
Dude,
I'm killing it.
We have located the oil reservoir.
Tighten the banjo bolts on the reservoir so that the upper barb is pointing down and the bottom barb is pointing forward. Torque to 80 inch-pounds. Over torquing could damage them. Okay. So we got our barb. If you're looking at SX150 only, cap, Z1 logo, the barb right here on top points straight down, and the barb on the bottom points straight towards you, almost as if you were going to connect the two, but you're not. Don't do that. All right, so on this step, full disclosure, this is actually a Cetrab cooler. We are currently waiting on another order of Z1 Pro coolers. So these brackets that come with the Cetrab bracket don't work with the Pro Cooler core. So what you would normally do is use the provided bolt in the Cetrab bracket, but since this wouldn't fit here if it was a Pro Cooler, we give you 4 locking nuts just to put here instead of using that. But since it is a Cetrab core with a Cetrab bracket, we're gonna go ahead and use these. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up because if you get a Z1 Pro Cooler, you're not going to use these, you'll use those nuts. So just wanted to clarify that just to avoid any confusion. All right, let me grab my impact and get these guys tightened on down. Wow. Cool. And there's our cooler. All right, so next you see the 90 degree, like there's a 90 degree here and a 90 degree here. We pretty much have to make those two 135 degrees. So it's gonna bring it up and it's going to bring it towards the radiator a little bit. That way the intercooler doesn't come in contact. So let's see if we can pull this guy off, get these over in a vise to bend them out. That was great. Ow. That cool. Sharp. All right. So 90 degree, 90 degree, and we got to make it look like the photo, which is, whoop, so pretty much stretch it out almost. So I wonder if I put this in a vise like that and then tighten it down and like try to squish it a little bit and then do the same thing at that 90 degree. Just try to squish them a little flatter. Let's go try it. At our 90 degree in there, and I'm just gonna start. See, I don't like that already because it's bending that. It's not, oh, there's a notch in it. That's gonna reinforce it and make it hard as crap to bend. Go forks. So what I'm gonna do instead is we'll clamp that. Woo! Yep, because that's just going to bend it there.
What I did
This is a cry for help.
So I started to do that, but it was bending just this, not that.
I cut a slit here
Okay.
and there.
Yep. To give a little relief. Okay. What did you use to cut it?
With a cutoff wheel.
Okay.
Small, the air one.
Gotcha. Fab.
Yeah.
Thank you. So first row block, you can see in these 90 degrees, there's an extra kind of point there that's made to hold the rigidity, and obviously we don't want that right now. So we're gonna follow what Jesus did previously, put a little slit there, and then there's also one on the inside of that 90 degree. So just a little cut there, just a little cut there, do it on both, and then we'll be able to flatten them out. There we go.
Cause I'm out here grinding.
Where'd it go? So we got our notches done in. So now, try doing this. Yep, there we go. So let's go there. There we go. And then, don't know if I'm going to be able to do it this way or if I'm just going to have to do it by hand. Bingo. Easy peasy. All right, one more. There we go. All right, let's try these guys. Yeah, decently close. Definitely close to where they should be. Let's go see. Copyright violations. Now we can put these 10 mils back in here. And these are gonna fit a little weird now. So we'll get these bolts started. And then cool. Yeah, that's a lot better. Doesn't stick out anywhere near as far. Sure, channel locks. Seems like an appropriate tool for this job. And so now we can prep our core. So those come out. Take a crush washer, slide it on like that. Take a barb, slide it on like that. Take another crush washer, slide it on like that. And we're gonna thread it in. And we're going to clock these to the side and a little back. And then repeat for the other side.
Damn straight.
Go. All right. I messed up. I'm gonna went ahead and put the power steering cooler back on. This goes in between the core support and the cooler. And the Pro cooler goes right there. And of course these holes don't line up. So I can get the left hole, I can choose one or the other. Like that hole lines up, okay, but then you can see over here, it does line up. I can slide that over, that lines up, and then that one doesn't line up. So,
Got it.
I don't like that. much fun. Take this with me in case we need it. So we got this guy clearanced out a little bit. Let's see how we did. Might have to go back a little bit. Yeah, I think we'll be able to make that work. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, I see. It was that little metal piece there. Look at that.
It's beautiful.
They're consulting with Kyle. Consulting. He made a good point. I was going to take a piece of silicone and just kind of wrap the dryer. It's not a chiller, it's a dryer. And wrap that. That way the corner of this won't rub a hole in that and leak refrigerant everywhere. We're not using this. So he said you could put silicone there, or you can just cut a little corner of this off. And then there's absolutely no chance of it rubbing through the silicone and that, because the silicone slides down at all. There's no reason to insulate this with silicone. So if we just kind of cut that corner a little bit, completely eliminates the chance of ever having an issue. So that's what we're gonna do.
Back to the fab area.
All right, so it's just this light little corner here. So let me actually flip this around and put this in the groove there. So I'm just gonna go straight down from here and hack that corner off. There we go. So we got the set trap core in for the Rotrex cooler, and we did have to do a little bit of modification. So let me, yep, you can see it back here. Had to notch that corner a little bit. If you guys get a Pro Cooler, Z1 Pro Cooler from us, which is what should be supplied with the kit, we're currently out, that's why we have a set trap. If you get the Pro Cooler, you're gonna be fine. The mounting brackets up top and down below are a little bit thinner to where you won't have that issue, so you don't have to clearance it, you'll be fine. But in our case, we're out of Pro Coolers right now, we're waiting on them to come in, so we were substituted with a set trap, which is still a good core, but obviously doesn't fit quite as good. Set traps are known for almost like a universal kind of fit. So a little bit of modification was necessary. Other than that, we're good. We're bolted up here with our factory power steering cooler. We got our barb fittings on, and now we can continue with mounting the reservoir. Shiny, brushed aluminum. All right. So I believe this will go in that fashion. You like that? Isn't that nice? Solid. All right, so we have to undo some work that I did off camera from the oil cooler. The power steering lines come on over here. Where's my 10 mil? There it is. So what you have to do is right there up against the frame rail, here and here. We're gonna remove this 10 mil. That's definitely tightening. Well, that sucked. Lols. So pop that guy off, pull that away, and then now separate that. This whole piece ends up getting replaced with the new oil reservoir bracket. So we'll set that to the side. Trying to figure out where to place this little split piece of rubber. The oil reservoir sits on top of this. That way it's not metal on metal. And we give you a picture that shows where to put it on the frame rail, but it's not the best. It looks like it's there. I'm looking at that wiring harness and that one going up. It's kind of right in the middle of that V. So
Where
maybe
is this?
that right here.
Oh, it's on the other side.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Like
okay.
this photo is taken kind of like that.
Yep.
So we'll go there, and the reservoir is going to sit on top of that. So we'll put it there. We can slide it left or right. It's not fixed. Not a big deal if we got to move it. Oh, so the split rubber piece goes in that groove. That way it'll hang just like that, and then we'll reuse the factory 10 mil that goes there that I don't think I actually have anymore because I have an oil cooler.
Pile of bolts, you don't know where they go?
Right? Yeah, let's see if this 10 mil will work. This went, yep, same thread pitch. So we'll use this guy. And this definitely needs to walk up to there. And then we can position that, put that there like that. This, oh, okay, I see. This goes in front like that. That will go there. And now this guy with the factory bolt will go back around this, and then we position it onto the new bracket right there. Getting tight there. Getting tight there. And the cool thing about the oil reservoir bracket is it's already pre-bent and kind of formed to make room for the oil cooler lines. So good to go there. Brackets on. Let's continue on. Time for the reservoir to go on the bracket. And Alex, I might actually need your help.
Okay.
So, see the bracket?
This one?
Yep. So if you can hold the reservoir, you see the slot on the top of the reservoir, how it sits. Yeah. Yep. What's stopping you from going over?
I think. Yeah, that.
Let me see. Move the bottom of your hand. Oh, this clamp?
Yeah.
Okay. Dave, come show. Hold there. So reservoir is almost in position, but you can see this clamp right here is making contact. I'm gonna grab a pair of pliers and just rotate this clamp 180 degrees so it faces this way.
No.
Did you get C4 response to this video?
Dude, what, we've had like 3 today?
Yes.
Okay, so and of course supports in the way. There we go. Rotated. Better?
Good.
Yeah, look at that. All right, so you're gonna take the 3 Allen head bolts. I'm just gonna use the actual socket for now just to get it going. Bingo. Nice. So we're just gonna give these guys a little final tighten just a little bit. Bingo. Cool. That was easy. So magnetic oil filter for the road tracks. Fancy. Looks like a B series or a D series fuel filter. I don't know why I took these off. I'm gonna keep these on just for contaminants now, that way no debris gets in. All right, so you need this and your P-loop. So we'll stretch that out, slide this guy in, and it will go like that, just like that. There is a flow indicator on it. So we're gonna mount it like this. You want oil to come up from the bottom, up to the core, and it is going to go right here, sandwiched with the horn. So we're gonna remove this 10 mil, put this in place right there, put the horn bracket right there. We're gonna leave it in its spot. So we're gonna remove the 10 mil, keep the horn there, put this on top, and then run the 10 mil through the P-loop. So first step, remove 10 mil. And then we'll, got our P-clamp, gonna run the 10 mil through it like so. Put it through the hole, add it up to there, and then we will run it in. Just like that. So it sits just under this bracket. We got plenty of room to add the line here, and it'll go up to the core from there. Sweet. All right, so it looks like, and Dave, you can follow me. We are going to come out of the Rotrex here, and we're gonna go down in front, come through the hole by the intake. Oh, nope, just kidding. Here, and it looks like we're gonna wrap under the intake. I think we need this whole like opening for the intake itself. So we're actually gonna come down next to the frame rail, underneath the frame rail, behind the oil cooler, in front of the condenser, over into the core, out from the core, up along this way, into the reservoir, and then out from the bottom of the reservoir, come back out underneath the frame rail, go along the bottom of the core support, into the oil filter, out from the oil filter, back up under the headlight, and into the unit there. And that will create the full loop. Now, depending on when this video comes out, and depending on when you guys watch this, this is going to have a little bit of a segment here, and we're working on changing the install guide. We're working on changing what's included. There needs to be a better system for priming the Rotrex units. So what we're gonna do is include this inline pump. It has an arrow to show the direction of the flow. And what we're gonna do is probably orientate this pump to where it flows this way. So oil will come in this way, out that way. And what I think we're gonna do is position it somewhere here, in between the out from the reservoir and in from the fuel filter, or from the oil filter. That way, when you guys first plumb this up, you can put this in line and you can keep it. That way, if you ever drain the fluid, you want to change it, whatever reason, this can stay there tucked behind the bumper. You don't have to like take this off, remove it, do whatever. You can just leave it there, tuck it away. And what this is going to help you do is just squeeze it and pump fluid up to the unit and help get all that air out of the system. That way you don't cavitate the Rotrex and possibly burn up bearings from a lack of oil. So from what we're reading right now, this hasn't been implemented yet. We're kind of in the process of doing that, so a little bit of a disclaimer here, but we are going to add this to this car, as this will be on future updates. So yeah, if you get this, cool. If not, follow the normal priming procedure that's in the install guide, but going forward, all kits should be included with this. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and plumb this up over to this barb here on the Supercharger. And the way the install guide says to go is through here. There's not a lot of documentation on how we get up to that barb. So what I'm gonna do is route from here, right? You can see it here. And I believe I'm gonna try and go behind the intake of the blower like this. Get it over to the radiator fan like that, and then we'll bring it up. Actually, that's in front of the AC line. I'll go behind the AC line. There we go. I like that better. And then we'll go up to there. So let me grab my pliers. We'll slide that on. So you're saying go that way?
Yeah, and then just
Yeah, let's try it.
plug it in.
Cool. And then I can pull the slack out of it. There we go. And then route this guy across. And what I'm gonna do now, obviously can't run it all the way behind while it's still attached to the reel. So I'm going right here to this barb. So I'm just gonna kind of guesstimate how much I need. I'm going behind the oil cooler and behind the center support right here. So give or take a little there, and then to there. So maybe like that. That should be good. This would be good to hold if I had my snips. Where'd I put them?
Little. All right.
So now we'll just kind of lock this clamp. Temp sensor's kind of getting in the way a little bit. There we go. And clamp that guy off right there. Cool. So that's road tracks to the cooler. So now we're gonna go from the cooler under the frame rail up alongside, and we gotta go up. Dave, go ahead, get that way.
Are you going from the top of the? Oh, I see.
Yeah, we gotta go to
Okay.
here.
Sorry, I thought it was.
So that guy over to the top of the cooler. So very short piece, nothing crazy. I'll go ahead and kind of just slide it on. And we gotta go in here and up to that barb. So right here to the end of my finger. Grab two more clamps. Clamp this guy back down. Slide that guy on. Let me get some silicone spray too. It'll just make it that much easier. And then we're gonna slide this up onto that barb. I'm going to make sure my spring clamp is pointed outward so I can get to it. And then route this guy back alongside the frame rail here, over to that. Just a little bit of silicone. It'll evaporate and dry way before we get a chance to oil this thing. Good to go there. And now I'll run this spring clamp up on the reservoir. So this is a tight fit for the spring clamp up on that barb. Cool. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Took a little bit of work, but spring clamps up. So now we got out from the Rotrex behind the oil cooler into the set trap 13 row, out of the set trap 13 row into the reservoir. So now we're going to come from this barb out, and I'll push the inlet up so we'll come out in between the frame rail here, and we're going to come down behind these lines, and we're going to go across the front of the core support and then into the oil filter. And we're actually going to stop, like I said earlier, we're going to put that inline pump in. I know this may be a little premature, but it's going to change. We're going to go ahead and do it. All right, so I'm going to run this down through there. So this is just for mock-up. This will, actually let me go ahead and run it. There we go. The way it's actually gonna run. There we go. And then this guy will go down through here. And we'll find a way to secure it there. So there. And then up and around and up to there. Cool. And I know I ran this a little too long because, like I said, we're going to put that inline pump in here, but I just wanted to go ahead. We're going to have plenty of leftover, so I just wanted to at least get it close. I'm just going to slide this on. This is just mock-up, so we'll just hang that there. I'll get that side going, and then we'll run this. I'll find a way to secure and zip tie, and we'll put the inline pump maybe here. Actually, might even do it there with just maybe like an inch and a half of tubing, and just have it right in front there. That wouldn't be a bad spot either. Frag out.
Oh no. Hey, you don't have pliers for that.
What for? What?
Who's that?
Is it a little groove?
No.
What?
Yeah. Totally less sketchy.
You may never see that.
Oh, he's not.
I know. He's great.
It's making it. It's just taking its own. Sweet time. It's going on a little bit more every time. Stop shaking. You're okay, girl. You're okay. So what I think I'm gonna do, I don't want it to zip tied to these bottom tabs. I definitely don't want it that low, or really I don't just trust these. So what I think I'm gonna do is use some zip ties and go around these set trap brackets and kind of do it kind of like that. I like that. Silicone spray. All right. So now the hard part is gonna be feeding this around these holes. Can I bend it like that? And then top. And go like there.
You won't cut
There
that
we
at an angle.
Or have,
You won't cut it at an angle.
leave it nice and sharp for Wesley. And I don't know if anything goes through there, but also where are we putting the pump? I got you, Dave. Oh my God. Ugh. All right, so I jumped the gun a little bit and grabbed a piece of charge piping, the silicone that comes from the outlet of the supercharger into the intercooler, just to make sure that this hand pump wasn't going to be anywhere in the way, and it looks like we're going to be good. So what I'm going to try and do is, I don't like that. I don't want to kink this. Like, you don't want it like that. You want it to be straight. So I'm trying to go for this, but we may end up going there. I think that'll be fine. So I need a piece of hose to go from the bottom of the filter to this. So about that. And then, where did I put the clamps? Oh, right there. Ha, got my special clamps. Special pliers.
Clamp pliers.
Clamp pliers.
Clamp pliers.
So we'll, guess I don't need that at all. There we go. And run that guy up just like that. And then now there is a arrow indicator for the flow. So don't forget your clamp, Austin. Match orientation of the clamp above it. So we'll put that there. Make sure it flows right. There we go. And then grab that, run that guy down. And then now I can cut right here. And use this clamp here. And run that into that guy right there. Yep, I need to trim a little bit more out. Didn't do quite enough. Oh, and it's, we'll just run the clamp up. There we go. And then we can feed that back through. Yeah. Load the top. Come on. come on. It's getting close. You see it? It's
Yeah.
like slowly going up. It works.
Where did it go?
Cool.
What?
All right, I'm gonna get one more zip tie, maybe loop it around here, just to hold that guy there. One more zip tie should, oh, hey, look at that. So pro tip, bite it. You're gonna cut it off anyways, but then you can feed it through just like that. Then loop it through. Alrighty, so now because of this, I ended up using 2 extra clamps that I would need for here in the supercharger. So we're gonna take a break for a second. I'm gonna run back to the warehouse, grab 2 more of these gray clamps, do that last final run, and then we'll go on with the coolant reservoir and cooling system. Yep. So last bit, got the pump in. You guys saw the cap blew off, so we're good on that. So I'm gonna run this in between these AC lines. The intake for the supercharger is gonna go here, so I should be good, especially if I hug this kind of part of the core support. So let's route that. So say there, so it'll come from there. Cool. Down through here, and then we'll route it to about there. And then, oh, sharp side. And we got that much left over. So last hose, a little bit of silly spray there. Grab this hose clamp. In the fridge? What? I just heard in the fridge.
I heard.
You know what that means. So we'll route this guy. There we go. Get that clamp on. And this clamp is good to go. A little on the smaller side. So I'll walk it up right there. Yep, good to go. So we're gonna go in between these AC lines. Again, a little bit of silly spray to get on this barb. And only pro tip I can give you guys here is before you put it on here, make sure you're gonna be done with it, because those little bit of ridges there and that sharp edge on the tip of that barb is very difficult to pull a hose off, which is a good thing, but like I just said, make sure you're good to go before you put it on. So we will go down like that. Just like that, nice. So that'll tuck out of the way nicely. And then, oh, come on. Oh, need a little bit more than that. Just gotta walk it on. Get over that initial. There we go. There we go. Yeah, buddy. Alrighty. So that's plumbed. So that's all good. We have let's go ahead and show them the whole path, Dave. So we got out from here, running down, and then it kind of comes underneath the inlet. I don't know if you can see that in there, Dave. Underneath the blower, and it comes down here next to the frame rail, comes down, goes behind the Pro cooler, behind the center support, into the cooler. It'll go through the cooler, out from the cooler, up, and goes into the inlet of the reservoir here. It'll go through the reservoir, come down, it'll come out the bottom of the reservoir here, come back through the same way we went in, all the way down across into this inline pump, which is going to help us prime it, through the filter, back up, back into the Rotrax. That's oiling. So next step. All right, so all the lines are ran for the Rotrax. So what to do here, come on over to your reservoir, which I'm not gonna go through here because there will be a headlight here, as if you're gonna do this in the future. Come down this way, Dave. So right there, you're going to unscrew the cap, which is also a dipstick. So when you pull it out, there's a dipstick. There's a kind of serrated edge here, little, not serrated, but textured. And that is to give you a level indication. So I'm just gonna set this guy right there for now. We're gonna get a thin funnel, fill it full of fluid, and we're going to work that hand pump and get fluid going through the Rotrax, going through the core. And it's gonna be a lot. We got a reservoir, we got a lot of lines, we got a 13 core. It's gonna take almost all of this quart. And this fluid is very expensive. Do not spill it. Take precaution. Trust me, you don't wanna buy this if you don't have to. So we'll go through, fill the reservoir, and it's kind of like bleeding brakes. As we pump it, we're gonna be pulling fluid out of that reservoir, and one of us will make sure that the reservoir consistently has fluid in it. So I'll pump, 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 check the reservoir, top it off as need be, pump, 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 keep going, make sure the reservoir doesn't go dry, because if it does, we're pulling in air, which defeats the whole purpose. So let's go grab a thin, tall funnel and go from there. All right.
Oh, it's blue.
Yep.
I don't know. How can you tell?
You can't without doing the dipstick.
Well, at least you found 2 dipsticks in one video.
So that was the 10th. Hey, Kyle. Come be a special guest.
Hello. Hi.
So, this is Kyle.
I'm Kyle.
Kyle designed the Supercharger Kit.
Yes.
So we got the funnel in. We're using the new hand pump.
Yep.
How do I go about, I don't want to pull air through, right? So how do I know how much to put in the reservoir to start pumping? I don't want it to drain out.
Right.
Best process.
Fill it up. Fill the reservoir.
Okay.
Like
It's probably like 300 milliliters. I can have to check the exact math. But
spilling it through the top becomes.
there you go. That's good. That's full.
Yep, that's full.
Oh,
tell you
that's
that's full.
definitely full.
Yep, that's
This is a
definitely
good,
full.
It's blue.
Haha.
Austin, you told everybody not to spill and you spilled.
I know, and it's really
This will
expensive.
stay in the floor.
I'm gonna go grab a rag. Clean up that little bit of excess. There we go. I'm gonna set this over in the trash can, just let it finish dripping out. Check that fluid one more time. Yep, and we're about to hear, which is definitely overfilled, but like Kyle just said, we have to fill the entire core. So we're at a good level. There's fluid in it. There's definitely fluid to the Rotrax itself. So we feel good about starting it. We still have intercooler, charge piping. We still got to do the coolant system, the new coolant reservoir. So Dave and I are going to keep going on that. And hopefully it's kind of getting nighttime here. We're going to keep going. And tomorrow we'll be able to start it, which will take this level down from here. hopefully down to about there. We'll run it for about 30-45 seconds and check the fluid as that core fills up. Maybe have to top it off one more time.
Finish the chapter.
Yep. So now we're on coolant reservoir. Look at how little this is getting. Look at all we've done.
Slowly but surely.
We've done all that. Getting there. Coolant reservoir kit. So everything we need is in here. Then the next piece. Alrighty, we got some silicone. One big piece of silicone.
Jump rope.
And our reservoir with some clamps, new caps, little union
that's the
piece, a
third
T, yep, which we're already good on. And then this should be our new reservoir. Yes, sir, I love this piece, and you know why? Well, you should be able to unscrew it. It's so, like, machine finish nice. Like, that O-ring was a super tight seal. Like, it just feels good. Always love this piece. Locate reservoir kit. Prepare coolant reservoir by fully tightening the plug, both barbs, and the bottom banjo bolt with the banjo bolt pointing towards the rear of the reservoir. There we go. Where is my ratchet? So, there we go. Cool. So that barb doesn't move, that barb doesn't move, this one does. So the instructions don't tell you which way is forward or backwards. You don't really know until you get it in there. But these two mounting holes are the back, which is kind of what you would assume. So we have the barb pointing towards the back on the bottom, that way, good to go. Next. All right, we're gonna be working in this kind of passenger corner area, which means it is time to put our radiator upper hose back on. There we go. So I'm gonna undo this zip tie and then this one here. We can get rid of this bracket, and then we will have to undo the 12 mil that we did for the fuel system because the bracket for the coolant reservoir goes underneath it. So we'll do a clip here. Good to go. And then one more clip right there. Almost. Try not to go too far. Obviously, I don't want to destroy any brackets or any wires. Cool. So we're good there. We do need to do that 12 mil. Let's go ahead and unpackage this. That way we can get an idea of orientation. So if it serves me right, this 10 mil right in front of the connector for the VTC solenoid will come out. And then, nope, that's not gonna make sense. Oh, it's this 10 mil for this bracket. There we go, that was one off. So it'll go just like that, and the reservoir will sit right there. So I need a 10 and I need a 12. Dave?
Yes.
So we already removed this upper bracket. We don't need it. This 10 mil. set up here on the plenum to the side, and now I need a 12 to remove that guy. Alrighty, so now we'll set that to the side. So this guy is going to go right here. So I can go ahead and take this 12 mil and get it hand tight, and take this 10 and run it back through that bracket. There we go. So that 10's in. Yeah, see how the bend's slightly off, because now I'm having an issue getting that guy on there. There we go.
Bingo.
Cool. So 12 mil. Back on. Mag change into a 10. There we go.
That's not going anywhere.
Nope. So now we're going to take our two of these M5s. Yep. What you're going to do is take this. We're going to go ahead, before I get over there, and at least get these guys started. Kind of like that. Let them protrude out just a little bit. You good, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, we're rolling. Light just died.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be that time.
I'll just slide the overhead one over.
And then you're going to slide this guy just like that. And I got to remove this clamp. Let's slide this back up. I never put this clamp back on. Let's go ahead and do that because this clamp was interfering and touching a little bit of the reservoir. So let me fix this guy. There we go. All right, now we should be able to slide this guy in without any issues. Bingo. Bingo bongo. Let me grab my 5 mil. And that's definitely not a 5 mil. That's 6 mil. It's a 4 mil. There we go. So reservoir's in. Good to go. All right, so now that we got the reservoir mounted, what we're gonna do is put a spring clamp on this end, plug it into the bottom of the reservoir. We're gonna route it along the back side of the motor and over. This is where it's gonna vary. If you guys have a throttle body coolant system still like embedded, you're going to tee in to the driver's side throttle body. If you don't, the instructions tell you to tee in. If you delete it, go ahead and just, there's a barb over here. There's a barb on the back. Usually when you delete throttle bodies, you create pretty much a crossover hose, just a hose that loops the two back and forth. Wesley had caps. So there isn't a hose. The instruction guide told us to just tee into that hose if you've done a throttle body coolant delete. We don't have that. So what I'm gonna do is leave the cap on the back, and I'm gonna route one side of this to the coolant reservoir and the other side to that cap on that driver's side hard pipe that he had capped off. That'll create a whole flow, it'll be fine, everything will be good. Really, you don't really wanna cap things, you wanna keep coolant flowing, but it's not really, it's not bad, but it's also not best practice. So he's been running like this for a while. Obviously everything's fine. So we're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave the cap on the back, but this will delete one of those caps and we'll go from there. And just also, we are not using all of this. So you're gonna plug one into the throttle or into the coolant reservoir, either go to the throttle body or the crossover hose or like what we're doing, depending on your situation. You will have some excess left that will connect this barb here to this part of the coolant neck in front of the factory motor. Factory motor, of course it's a factory motor. Why did I say that, Dave?
Could be a swap.
You're gonna use the leftover hose to go from this barb to this barb at the coolant neck. And yeah, let's go ahead and knock that out. So going to the bottom, the coolant reservoir there, slid on, fairly easy. There, it's gonna be easier if I take this guy and go ahead and just pass it up like that. That way I can get that spring clamp. There we go. All right, spring clamps on the bottom. So now I can take this, I'm gonna route it underneath this harness here. There we go. And now we get the joy of routing it. So I see there's a bracket right here where it looks like a line used to be. I think I'm gonna try and utilize that. So shoving the coolant through that way. Kind of route underneath that vacuum line. Get it down there. And yep, that looks good. Not resting on anything. That can be tucked away. I believe that's the MAF. Yep. So what we're gonna do is from here, we're just gonna follow this hard pipe line and I'll cut it right here above the Z1 logo and tie it into that barb on the hard line right there. Right there. So let me grab snips.
Make sure you use the sharp end.
Yep, sharp, oh, no, you're right, I'm sorry. Cool. Set that line to the side. We will use it later. And I need my pliers and a clamp. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, no problem. What are you here for?
So I'll put that up there, put a little bit of silicone spray on it. And right on top of that barb. And then that guy's tucked down below. No real issues there. So let me clock this spring clamp just a little bit. There we go. Slide it down and on. Duck, I wanted to come off the hose. I brought it down a little too far, there we go. So I'll clamp it and slide it on. There we go. Awesome. Piece, well, second to last piece. Take another clamp. Go ahead and load it up on the section of hose that we trimmed off. Just like that. You're going to put it on the coolant reservoir. Just like that. And route it on there. And then now we're going to cut this to length to go to there. We'll do it there. Give a little silly. Load another spring clamp. Slide it over. Slide that on. There you go. So that's connected, and then the last piece is the L hose for the vent on the back. So take your L-shaped, a little bit of silicone spray, got a clamp, and then what you're gonna do, load your clamp, section it on your hose like so, and then there's a little spot right here on the back of the bracket that this is going to slide down into. And this is going to be your overflow spill. This doesn't connect to anything. This is just in case you have any coolant that needs to come out. If it's being a little too much, slide that guy on. Grab that and slide it on, release. Good to go. You can take off this non-pressurized cap and we can get rid of it. Wesley wants to retain all of his parts, so we're going to go ahead and keep it. I'll put it in his bin of leftover OEs. So we have a non-pressurized and a new pressurized cap. The pressurized goes on the coolant reservoir and the non-pressurized goes on the coolant neck. So non-pressurized on the coolant neck, pressurized on the reservoir. Boom. And that's the cooling system finished. On to the next section.
What are we doing tonight, Austin?
We're still going, man. We're still
It's
effing going. It's almost 11.
almost 11.
Bash bar. Add it to the collection of boost piping, intercooler. So we got brackets. Got some brackets there for the intercooler. All right, dude. Dude, we are so close.
We're so close.
All right, so what I think we're gonna do next is run some of the boost piping. I gotta switch over the maps from the intakes that I have in a bag over there. And then intercooler mounting, silicone, a lot of T-bolt clamps. I think 13. So yeah. The good thing is all this only goes on one way. It's gonna be really hard to screw this up, but this is that kind of area where it's final buttoning up. So if you didn't clear it something enough, if you ran a line a little wrong, you're gonna find it here, and it's okay. We're gonna take it in stride, and if something needs a little massaging, we're gonna hit it. And yeah, I think we're just gonna go until it's done. Bypass valve. Yes, sir. Love it. So we do have to put a plug in one side and the vacuum on the other. That'll come a little bit later. Go ahead and get that. There we go. Yes, sir. Yeah.
It's all 13.
So these all look the same. 75s. And then we got a 87, 87 on the ground. Yep, 87, 87. 81, 81. All right. So 3 different sizes, ranging from 81, 85, and what did I say?
87?
75.
75.
Cool. Let's start putting some boost piping on. So let me see orientation, which we have an awesome layout right here. Actually, let's do it in order. There's a reason why it's in order. So with thread sealant, install the barb fitting into the right port of the race port with a 1/2" wrench, and the plug onto the left with a 5/16 hex key, and mount it onto the intercooler. So here we go. So Turbo Smart, race port, left, right. Right is going to get the barb fitting, which is this. Let's plug this guy with some thread sealant in here. And then the other side will get some thread sealant and a plug. And then we can run a vacuum line from there up to behind the plenum. That way, when we're not on throttle, this guy will open up and let all that wonderful boost out when we don't need it. Thread sealant.
Fujin?
Oh no, there we go. So, just that little bit. Honestly, I only need like half of it. I use my fingers, just kind of run it in to thread. It's going to be more than enough. Install it into there. And then also use just a touch on the kind of block off plate that we're going to use here. There we go. Then run that guy into the side of the race port. So left gets the block off, right gets the valve. And now I need an Allen. No, it's a 12-point. Okay, thank you. Cool. Blocked off, and then what size is that? What do you think it is? 14? Nope.
12. Is it bigger than 14?
Oh, it says. I think it's 1/2 inch. I think it's metric. Or standard. Yep, 1/2 inch. And then a 5/16 on that one. So we have our standard stuff down here because we never use it. 1/2 inch. There we go.
This Turbo Smart's American.
There we go. Thread sealant all in. Good to go. And now we can lock that away, put it away, and keep going. All right, so we got our valve. It's going to go right here on top of the intercooler. When you get your race port valve, it's going to come with this flange that is intended to be a weld-on. You don't need it. So we actually already undid the clip, or the clamp. Set that guy to the side. And then this is going to center itself just like that. And you're gonna center it up to where this points to the right, that points to the left, and actually we can clock it a little bit to where that barb kind of runs in line with the intercooler, just like that. And then clamp will go around. So you can actually kind of hold this, undo this bolt. So you can actually undo this bolt. That will come out, that will drop. Thank you. So just like that. Actually, we're gonna go ahead and drop those too. So kind of clock that just like that. Actually, let's go ahead and run that in. There we go. So this guy will go through this side. Run it through just like that. Take this side. If you see the flanged, kind of like, not flanged, but kind of open hole, one is a little bit closed, the other one's opened up a little bit more. The open end side goes out. There we go. Then run that guy in. There we go. So I'll grab a, looks like a 3 to 4 mil somewhere in there, and we'll get this guy tightened up, clamped around the intercooler, and we can go ahead and mount it, and then from there we'll run our charge pipe. 4 mil. So it is a 4 mil. I'm gonna run that guy in. Go ahead and clamp that down. And then before we get it too tight, I actually need to back it out just a little bit. That way I can clock this how I want to. And this guy's gonna sit kind of right here in between these coolers. So I'm trying to think of the vacuum line from here going to the back of the plenum. Yeah, I think it's gonna be best that we run this in line here, and then the block off will be facing the condenser. Not a big deal, it's a block off, who cares? So, yep, let's clock it down right there. Good to go. Brackets. All right. It's late, I'm tired, I'm sitting crisscross, and I don't care. Yo, I'm so excited, like, we're almost there. All right, so bracket 1, bracket 2, and with these you are going to use the factory crash bar hardware. So it will go brackets onto the side of the intercooler, mock up, crash bar on top, and then factory crash bar hardware to tighten everything down together. And when we do that, we will be checking for clearance on the Rotrex cooler and the oil cooler for the engine as well, the 34 row. So which one is left and which one is right? Because they weren't labeled. Does it go like this? Or does it go like that?
I think they're the same.
They're definitely not the same, Dave.
No, they're certainly not.
Nope, they are symmetric. Asymmetric. All right, so the brackets do not go forward. Like if this was there, this would come forward. This is driver. So I'll run this Allen in. And then there is a little bit of a slot on the bottom one. That way you can position the angle of the intercooler to what you need to give variance for everything we got going on here in the core support. So I'll put the other side on. As of right now, this is just a mock-up. And we will do final tightening later. Okay, so where we go from here, we're gonna put it on the factory frame rails. Because we have 2 studs on either side, we can go ahead and hang it and start mocking everything up. Nice. So we're clear up here. There was a little bit of hit on this wiring harness when we first put it in, but it goes past it. So that's good. And what we were talking about with the whole clearance on these 2 bottom bolts, they're slotted. So I can run it a little that way, or I can run it a little that way. Personally, I like pushing it all the way up into the core support, and then now I'll look down the side and make sure we're not touching anything, and it is extremely close to this power steering cooler. It's not touching, but it is close. So what I think we'll do is, you can see the slot here, right? The bolt's all the way forward, and we got a little bit of slot. So what I can do, oh, there we go. Yep, that wasn't in. You can see that's touching, not okay. So what I think we're gonna do is come to the other side, make sure that's all the way in. What I say we do is let's run these 2 nuts on before the crash bar, which goes on top of this before all final hardware. But I'm gonna go ahead and put these nuts on here and the 2 on the other side. And then we'll go ahead and clock this out a little bit, as much as we can to get it off that cooler. Tighten these guys down, be able to remove these nuts, put the crash bar on, and then tighten everything down. And that should give us our final fit.
Austin, if only you had organized your bolts.
Where is the crash bar hardware? I love that. It makes me so happy. All right, so I'm just gonna thread these guys on. I'll grab a 12 mil impact and zip them on here at the end. And then we'll go from there. All right, so 12 mils here. 12 mils on the opposite side are pretty tight, and it looks like we're going to be using the full throw of these brackets. So Dave, come on this side and let's show them right here. You can see that little gap I got right here with the power steering cooler. So looks good. I'm going to take my Allen, tighten these guys down on both sides, and then I'll be able to remove these 12s that I put on, put the crash bar on, and then run some piping. Okay. Looks good with an intercooler, doesn't it? I know. Now watch me unwrap plastic wrap and aluminum or bubble wrap for the next 10 minutes. Alrighty. So bash bar tow hook goes down. Hell yeah, brother. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Factory hardware. I'm gonna run these guys in, and there are slots, as you can see, for the crash bar. So we'll make sure it's centered, everything lines up good before we do our final torquing process. Dave, I'm getting excited.
Me too. We're almost there.
Gonna leave these guys a little loose. Let's go do the other side, check clearance, and we'll go from there. So we are a little close to the cooler, still not touching. Let's see what happens after we get these guys on. So, on to crankcase, ventilation, and PCV. We're gonna do this a little out of order. Next should have been the charge pipe. However, a lot of the piping goes over here, and down up to the intercooler, all that. And we still have to run vacuum lines, PCV lines. There's kind of a few things. So we're gonna go ahead and do that, and then we do charge piping at the end. So yeah, first thing is gonna be running the vacuum line from the Turbo Smart bypass valve up over to the back of the plenum, and then we're gonna run PCV from each valve cover, tee it up to the front, and yeah, we'll go from there. The guy can come off, and we also have to remove this one way under here. There's a hard line that goes through the firewall, and that guy is on there. I don't feel like undoing all the cowl, so let me get a pair of needle nose, take that off. We'll take this hose off. There we go. I'd at least like move the clip over to where I can get it. There we go. I can use that to loosen it up. Okay. All right, so we got our hard line off, or sorry, rubber line off the back of the plenum to the hard line at the firewall. So what we're gonna do is put a cut right here, kind of in the middle. Ow, that didn't feel good. Yeah, we're good. So this guy will go on the back of the plenum. There we go. And then RT will go there, and then this will connect back to the hard line. So we got our silicone spray. We'll grab a pair of pliers with our OE clamps. Go over that, put in our T, just like that. Run that back in. There we go. Looks good. And then same thing on the other side. Now we will have to kind of clock this just a little bit because it is a form-fit hose. So it's going to be a little weird, going to be a little awkward, but we'll kind of work both sides until it ends up working out. There we go. So TN. So we'll kind of, like I said, work them around. Let me get one of these clamps because those are the two OEs. We are provided with two new ones in the Supercharger kit. Dave, I'm tired. And I'm going to put these clamps there. Put those guys away. All right, so silly, good to go. That'll go on the plenum. That'll go back to the hardline, which will work just like that. So let's do the hardline first, considering that'll be the hardest, especially since the hardline is now movable. All right, so that was a little bit of a pain trying to get the rubber line off of the hard line at the firewall. Dave, go ahead and show them. So we ended up getting it here to here, the T, and then here to there. We did end up using the OE line and just kind of cut it in between. So now what I can do is grab our 5mm line, which I had looped around here just to keep it. And I'll put a small clamp on it. We're gonna go onto this T and then around, follow the coolant line. I'm gonna go in between these two AC lines, you guys will see here in a second, and then down around the fuse box, over, keep going underneath the blower, and then down through the port that we made for the intake where you can see the Roadtrex oil line, and then come down, and then we'll go over to the bypass valve. So yeah, enjoy this while I run it. So grab this teeny tiny little small clamp. That's not gonna work. Where are the good pliers? There they are. Taking the snow pliers. So we'll put that on a little bit like that. Where's the silicone spray? There it is. Little. There we go. And then all this is excess, don't worry, we'll run it. So 5mm on that nipple. I said nipple. And then from here, I can take that spring clamp. There we go. All right, so now that's on. I got my starting point from here. I can go ahead and cut a little bit of excess off just to make this a little bit easier. You know, let's go a little bit more than we need. There we go. And then from here, I will route around. Like I said, I'm gonna follow the coolant line, and I can always zip tie and make it a little easier. I'm gonna come through this AC line. I'm trying not to stack too many lines right here underneath the intake, because we still have to do charge piping. I don't want to make it harder on myself if I don't have to, especially while everything is out and open. I can run this wherever I want. So you can see I'm coming down underneath this AC line, and if I pull it, it kind of pulls this coolant line a little further down. I don't think that's going to be a bad thing. And then following the install guide, I'm going to pull this up in between the frame, that kind of strut tower area in between this AC line, and they have it going around the fuse box. So I'm just going to follow the install guide, and let's actually go a little bit above and beyond. I'm going to pull it in between that bracket, kind of like that. Yep. There we go. And then from here, I can go down and then start running in line with this, which is our Roadtrax oil line. I kind of don't like this being on top of the outlet for the blower. I would prefer it be underneath. So Dave, come over here. That way everybody can see. I don't like this here. We're gonna end up having a piece of charge piping that goes right here. I mean, it's not the end of the world if this sits on top, but I would much rather it sit maybe down below. I don't know. What if we,
It's not the end of the world if it's taut like that.
yeah, but what if we zip tie it there
Yeah.
and then let's run this through here like that. So these two guys, oh, no, I see what I'm doing wrong. Let's run it with the oil cooler line for the Roadtrax. So we'll run it in line there. There we go. So I can zip tie these two together. And then from here, come out like that, because I did clearance this out for the intake for the blower itself, but I already have an oil line coming through, and now I'm adding a vacuum line. I don't want to crowd it too much, right? Like, we still got a lot to get through here. So maybe we do that. The intake for the blower will come out and come through here. And then from here, now we can plug in right there to the Turbo Smart. I like that.
That works.
Yeah. We got a little bit of slack, which is not a bad thing. I think we're gonna leave the slack. I'll go ahead and put a clamp and some silicone spray on this and go ahead and leave it. And this is definitely excess, but we have an intake and some charge piping to run still. So I can always trim it up afterwards. I wanna make sure we have enough, because if this route ends up not working out as we put together the rest of the kit, I got some wiggle room. So I'll grab a clamp. Let's go ahead and put some of that on it. Let me grab one of those small clamps, put that guy on, and then we can continue on with PCV. And slide that clamp on. Bingo. Cool. So, like I said, that's excess. If we go through everything and this is still here and we're all okay, we'll end up trimming it up. I just want to leave a little bit of wiggle room while we do everything else. All right, now on to PCV for the valve covers, which is going to go from passenger through the core support hole over here, over to about here. There'll be a T. The bottom of the T will go to the intake, which we still have left to do. The other side of the T will go to the driver's side port right here. Let's go. All right, so we're going with PCV. However, there is a juncture that happens with the Rotrex intake. So I need to figure out where that positioning is, make sure we can fit it all, blah, blah, blah. All right, we got, let's see, coupler, yep. And 2 clamps, makes sense, one on either side of the coupler. And the massive, ginormous of a intake piece of silicone, which is also fluorosilicone lined. So even if you do get a little bit of vapor, coolant, oil, which you never should on this. Oh no, there is PCV. So yeah, maybe. That way it doesn't seep through, reinforced silicone. So intake piece, we got a hose clamp here that is for a recirc, which we are coming out with. And this is our PCV fitting there. Reinforced, fluorosilicone lined, and yeah, let's go ahead and fit this guy up, and then we can start mocking up where all of our PCV lines are going to go.
You forgot the clamps.
Physics. No, I'm just mocking.
The fact that
So we have the intake silicone piece on the front of the blower. It's not fully on, we don't have clamps, all that. All this is just to mock up PCV here. So we have to go from passenger up, tee it right here, take the other side of the tee up to the driver's side, and then the bottom side of the tee to that little port there. Just kind of wanted to get an idea of where everything goes. So now we can grab this big beast and start routing all of this, which is not going to be fun. It's definitely the largest piece of hosing we're going to use in the entire kit. So we have 2 ports, one here, one here. And granted, this example is going to be a little different because Wesley did have the dual catch can on here. That's why there is no hose connected to that check valve. So this check valve is going to go to that port. This port is going to go to the check valve on the driver's side. But these guys are what we're currently concerned about. We'll find a piece of hose that links the other 2 back together. And yeah, we got to do that, route it underneath intake, come through here, go over to here, cut, T, there, other side, over to there. You ready, Dave?
I'm ready.
Yeah. Let's go. Per all photo is that. Okay.
Great.
So clamp onto, oh my God, this is a big spring. I don't like it. There we go. And run that guy on. There we go. And then, let's see, down next to strut tower like that. Oh no. Harness?
Looks
Yep.
like AC.
Looks like, yes, power.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
This is why race cars are better, because they don't have frivolous things. What is a creature comfort?
And it looks like it goes down through here. So we're going in between here. And we're gonna route it through that. Pull it back up. There we go. And we'll pull it out here and then reassess from there. And then our intake barb is right here. So we're gonna come up, probably make the cut right around here. And then we're gonna put a T that is supplied in the hardware box. So line from passenger will come into the T. Right side of the T will go into the intake tube, and then the bottom of the T will route up to the driver's side PCV. All right, so we got a little bit of a gap right here up against the core support where the headlight goes. So we're gonna run PCV down through there and then over and across. There we go. There we go. Cool. So we got plenty of room. Headlight will still go into the pocket, and then we can put our T kind of right around here. We still have plenty of leftover hose. And yeah, let's go ahead and get this T in and go from there. All right, so what I think we do from here, I can kind of tuck those guys in. That intake piece is right up against that little brace, and this can definitely still be clocked a little that way. Thinking a little bit of hose there, so probably there. And then let's grab our big clamps. Cool. All right, it's on good. So now we just need to join those two, which we can do with a tiny piece of silicone. So one clamp there, other clamp going on the intake. There we go. And then now this can go on the intake charge pipe if it's long enough. So before we can do PCV to intake, obviously intake pipe needs to be bolted to supercharger. So we're gonna we have our intake silicone kind of almost mated. We're gonna slide this guy up in between the kind of rail here, in between the blower and the silicone piece. So just like that. And then now I'll run the intake in. There we go. Slide the clamp over. So if you just give it a little bit of motion going towards the blower, rotate left, rotate right, rotate left, rotate right, while pushing that way, it'll eventually walk itself on. Cool, that looks good. A little bit of separation on the bottom. Let's see if we can. Work that on. There we go. Intake tube on. Let's see, we got our T there. So now we'll take this clamp, stretch it out a little the other way. There we go. So now we can run a line from here down. And actually I see a little bit of a window kind of right here underneath the intake pipe and into the driver's side bay. Cool. Getting there. So let's go the opposite way, rather from the T to the valve cover. Let's go from the valve cover to the T. So put that guy on. A little bit of silicone spray and plug onto there. This goes to our throttle body. I'm gonna move that guy out of the way. Clamp down over that barb, and then from here now we can route down to our T. Yep. I think we're gonna cut right around here, which seems like a little too much to me, but I'd rather have too much than too little. So cool. Put that to the side. Got our clamps. Or pliers. Sorry, it's getting late. Dave and I are tired, guys.
It's getting early.
Yeah, it's realistically, what time is it? Is it 3?
It is 2:53 in the morning.
Almost 3.
2:53. We've been here technically working on this since
9
o'clock. Call
So
it
we're
9:30 yesterday morning.
6 hours for 18 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give it 1 for lunch, so 17. We're tired, guys. We hope you're enjoying, because it's getting wild.
It's getting wild. Starting to see things.
So gonna run this clamp up, obviously a little too far, and then T is there. Gonna run it up. Oh, come on. Maybe clock that guy just a little bit that way. We got that little extra vacuum line again. Dave, there's a can of silly spray there.
Dang it.
Yeah, it's okay, you found it. So, not the end of the world with that extra vacuum line. That's why we put it there. There we go. So now take spring clamp, route it up. That is too far. There we go. All right, and the cool thing is, we can tuck that guy down and away just like that. There we go. So we got a little bit of wiggle room here. Obviously, a headlight still has to go here. We got to make room for our hood latch cables here, which if we have to go back around intake, not a big deal. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and do that. So intake cables, or hood latch cables, still good. There we go. And yeah, this is going to be a little different depending on what you guys are trying to do. This actually came off of Wesley's catch cans. So what we're going to do is, for one, make sure we got this a little bit of a hose clamp clocked right. There we go. Slide it on the plenum, and there we go. And now what we're going to do is, this did come to the upper part of his catch can. So we're just going to reroute it and cut it right there for the PCV. So we'll just cut about right there. Obviously, not enough. Cut is better than too much cut. Kind of sounds backwards, doesn't it?
Not enough cut is too much cut, kind of. No,
Yeah.
it makes sense.
So we'll go right on that guy. Look at that. Right in front of the plenum, around the oil cap. And then now we'll take that spring clamp, kind of route it down. Boom. Nice, clean, simple, and we're actually going to do the same thing for the other side. So, be right back. Man, those clamps are tight, which is awesome. Like, cool. Let's go. And we got clamps on both sides. We're going from here to here. So we can probably do a cut. Well, let me see. So we can go ahead and slide that guy on. Take clamp, slide it up. There we go. Let's go about right there. Toss that guy to the side. Just kidding. Oh, I need that clamp. There we go. Slide that on. Clock it to where I can actually get to it would be preferred. And do have to be mindful of that new fuel line we put in. Go on top, and then there we go. All right, so we got this line plumbed to there, that line plumbed to there. This line goes through into our T. On the other side of the T goes to the intake, and the bottom side of the T comes up around the headlight housing underneath the fuse box that we definitely still have to relocate. This isn't mentioned in the install guide, and I don't know if it's a early style, late style, I don't know, but we do have to bend this bracket and kind of relocate that. So you guys have probably seen us work around that a little bit. Don't worry, we're gonna address it, we know. But PCV, nonetheless, comes up and ties into the driver's side valve cover there. So that's crankcase, that's PCV. The only thing I think airflow wise we have to do is swap maps from Wesley's factory intakes into the charge piping, which we're about to get into. Put throttle bodies on, and the Omni bar, or Omni 4-bar map sensor, which is here. Go ahead and get in close on that, Dave. So it's one single connector right here and one 10 mil. It is a very easy swap. 10 mil out, undo the connector, sensor pops right out, put in the new one, connector, 10 mil, easy peasy. Dave, we're so close.
We did PCV.
In 3 hours. Intake union while we're here. So you got a smooth side and a ribbed side. Does ribbed go in or does smooth go in, Dave?
I don't know.
I don't know either. You know, Z1 has really good install guides.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
Maybe,
Luckily,
maybe we should look at it.
we have all of them right here.
One of the 30 million of them.
So you got your bead right here, flat over here. Flat is for the filter. So we're gonna shove it into it like that. And you're gonna wanna go about halfway in, right? Because as you tighten this clamp, it's gonna wanna tighten down on this aluminum piece, and you're gonna want your bead to stay inside. If you're right on the bead, it's just gonna squish it out and give you a hard time. Ask us how we know. Dave, roll the clip.
Solid.
There we go. So grabs tight. Then now we can take our K&N filter out. Put the bag open. There we go. For the love of God, Dave, please don't show this. All right. So now that we're here, here's a ribbed inside to this rubber. You're gonna slide it over just like that. Line up the clamp, just like the one that we did on the Z1 side. And lose the clamp into the box. So I'm gonna run this guy in just a little bit. Slide this over, run that clamp as close as I can without being too close. And we will just like that. So now that they're on, I'm gonna give it just a little more. Same on both. And should be good. So looking at line of sight, the air filter is a little bit into the headlight housing. So worst case scenario, I feel good about the union here. There's a little bit of a flexible spot there. So if we have to, we'll loosen the clamp that goes into the Rotrex itself, clock this a little bit down like that, and then slide the headlight in. Not the end of the world. Again, you guys are boosting a car that was never meant to be supercharged. So a little bit of fit and finesse may be required, especially as you get to the end like this. And we still have the charge piping to do. Speaking of which, let's do that. I remember seeing on the 370 supercharged outside and Spencer's, I believe the less angled piece with the MAF is driver. And if we look at the passenger angle of flow, we go like that, which makes sense. These two will go here, which that makes sense, goes down. That one makes sense, will go over here. So we're right on these. So we got our passenger side, airflow up, driver airflow up. So they will go like that. And we need to transfer over the mass airflow sensors. Good thing is, we got everything labeled, so MAFs. Bring them on over. So Wesley is unique, being in the fact that he already had 3-inch carbon intakes. So the core support was a little pre-drilled out, which definitely makes things a little easier. And he already has the aftermarket MAF bolts. So MAFs, I believe, are the same regardless, and they are. So it does not matter left from right, just make sure you get it in the right direction. And there's an easy way to tell. So looking this way, you see those probes, that little bit like kind of right there? That is your air flow, which means if air is going this way, you need this guy. Bolt holes line up, everything is good. As the air comes in, the MAF will catch it right here, read to the ECU properly, and everything will be awesome. So throttle bodies back on. Again, you guys didn't see us remove throttle bodies. We did fuel system. If you want to see that video, be sure to check out the listing, YouTube, it's in there. So let's pull the tape, throttle bodies on, and charge piping from there. Passenger, driver, and we have throttle body hardware over here in a red bag. Throttle body, bam, let's go. These are a 5 mil, definitely recommend still using the ball head Allen wrench, as they are a little bit of a weird angle. And the last thing you want to do is cross thread one of these guys. So 4 there, and then 4 over here. Just like that. Throttle body coolant delete already done. Thank you, Wesley. I greatly appreciate that. And we are hitting, we haven't put these guys back on since the fuel system, and already putting that one on, I can see a little bit of a clearance issue right here. So we can kind of push that guy down. There it goes. Thank you. All right, that one's in. We got 2 more on the bottom. And then last one goes in there. This is why these ball head Allens are definitely a game changer. If you guys don't have a set, I definitely recommend ordering one, even if it's from Amazon. They make a world of a difference. Cool. Obviously, we still have to torque that side down, but we're gonna go ahead and do the other side as well. Allen in. Again, do not touch your butterfly valves, guys. Don't do it. You don't want to go through the whole relearn process. You don't want to reconfigure all this and mess up the calibration. These Hitachi throttle bodies are super sensitive. Don't mess it up if you don't have to, which you don't have to. Don't do it. All right, clip. There we go. Driver's side in, passenger side in, and we'll grab a ratchet, tighten these guys down, and continue on. Throttle body is on, back of the plenum, vacuum lines ran to the blow-off valve. We got the vacuum line over here to the fuel port regulator. All the 10 mils are tightened. We still need to do the map sensor right here. So before we continue any further, because I feel like that's one of those little tiny things that it's gonna get overlooked, and you're not gonna know until your tuner is on the dyno going, dude, something's wrong. So let's go ahead and knock that out real quick. Good. Yep. So we got our Omni 4-bar map sensor, right? Map GTR 4-bar. So what we're gonna do is hit this plug, pull it out, put it to the side, and take a 10 mil. Loosen that guy up. Pull it out. And then the map sensor should just pull straight up, which it's gonna be a little kind of weird. You might wanna get a flathead. So the map sensor is held in by a couple of O-rings. You can pull up this way, but you're just gonna shove it towards the front of the engine. So you might want to take a flathead and just kind of pry up on it while you lift from the back, and there you go. You can see that one orange O-ring around that outside edge. So set that guy to the side, grab your new one. And go ahead, connect it just for peace of mind, and push it down in. Run that 10 mil back in, tighten it down, and you'll be good to go. Boom. We're gonna put this back in the bag and give it back to Wesley. Ready?
Yes,
Boost piping.
that's it.
Intercooler on, blow valve on, fueling done, supercharger on, PCV ran, omnibar in, intake on.
All we have left to these
Let's do it.
5, 6, few pieces of piping.
Let's go.
All right.
All right, so you get 2 couplers that are wrapped in plastic. These are the only 2 that are wrapped like this. They come in box number 2, and they come sandwiched like that. These are your throttle body couplers. So let's unwrap and get these guys on. Best piece of advice I can give you guys is have an 11 mil ready, because all the T-bolt clamps are 11 mils, and also silicone spray. You can go to AutoZone, Advanced Auto, Napa, whatever your local hardware store is, and grab it for $2 or $3, and it is going to make this install so much easier. Do it before you do this. So throttle body couplers, we're gonna make sure the Z1 logos are pointed up and slide it over, clock it just like that. The same thing on this side. Boom. And we went ahead and, Dave, you can show everybody, and separated out these 4 big guys, and that is everything else. So these are 2 throttle body at the throttle body T-bolts. Dave.
Yes.
Wesley. You know the man, you know the myth, you know the legend.
Yes.
T-bolt there or T-bolt there? I'm thinking the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Towards the, yep.
Firewall.
Yep.
Yep. All right, Wesley. I agree with Dave. If you feel different, you're the odd man out. And this is why you need silicone spray, guys. So it's definitely going to be our friend. It's not going to hurt paint. It's not going to hurt the glass. It's not going to hurt the plastic. You can go heavy with silicone spray. So CRC, it's the one we like. So a little spray there. Right, look at that. So much easier. So what I'm gonna do is pull it a little bit away. Dave, I don't like it.
Why?
Because it hits the electronics of the
that's
throttle
right.
body. I guess that's it. I don't like it, but Wesley, if we do it the other way around, it hits the board back here, the whole control module for the throttle body. So that is the cleanest I see. Sorry, dude. I wish we could do it the other way around, but it's what it is. Sure. Solid.
Solid.
Go Forks. All right, going on to passenger. Again, clock a little downward, looking right to left, making sure it's all good. There we go. Cool. Couplers on. Let's go with hard pipes. So I'm looking at it as we are on the vehicle. So passenger, driver. Let's start with driver. And again, this is going to go with the same orientation as Z1 intakes are, which is MAF down. If you have Z1 intakes and your MAFs are pointed up, you got your intake pipes on the wrong side of the car. Fair warning. So we're going to run this guy over the silicone, just like that. Give it a little bit of silicone spray. And then from there, run it in. And now we're trying to fit in between the fuse box and this bracket. I can already see we're getting a little close. It's a supercharged car. There is some variance. Obviously, we can't go over every step on the install guide, guys. There's gonna be a little bit of finesse with everything we do. I'm sure if you're this far in the video, you've seen the little bit of finesse. It is what it is when you're doing something like this, and already I can see that we're gonna have a little bit of a clearance issue. So we're going to kind of leave this a little loose. I'm gonna run it in, kind of leave it like that. We're gonna go to the passenger side, and as we run this boost charge pipe over here, we'll kind of address this once we figure out where everything needs to lie. So for now, let's go to passenger and work around the front, around the intercooler, passenger side, and we'll make our way to this and address it when we get there. All right, we're gonna go ahead and put this clamp on. Run that T-bolt down a little bit. I'm gonna grab the charge pipe. So flow is in that direction, which means this is our intake. So this is a little bit of a push. Every car Dave and I looked at doing this install had a little bit of contact here. So not a huge deal. The biggest thing I don't want to do is contact this coolant reservoir. So maybe run it in. There you go. Running it in a little bit more on the throttle body side gave us the clearance we needed. And actually, I like that. Look good, Dave. Clear there. clear there. MAF's right there. We can plug it in. It's not interfering with PCV. Let's grab our 10 mil, or no, 11 mil, and tighten that T-bolt. Cool. All good. Everything looks good. Let's keep going. This is the MAF connection here. The bracket here did get deleted. So what I'm going to do is run it under the fuel port. Kind of tuck it down below. There you go. So you're going to have a little bit of extra slack here than you did before. And then what we can do is just run it down underneath. Push that PCV hose out of the way and connect the MAF. Just like that. Oh, there we go. Boom. So, there we go. So all good. Don't touch the harness here. Don't touch the reservoir there. These T-bolts are tight. We're gonna keep going down. And this is where we come to our Y junction, which we have right here. And this is where the T-bolts are going to vary. So we're going to use the 2.5 T-bolts here and here and the 3-inch here. This guy is going to come up, actually not come up, we're going to go down this way. This will go to passenger. This will be the run-along pipe over to the driver. And then this will come into the intercooler right here. There is a 3-inch aluminum union, this guy. It is bead rolled on both sides, so you can't get it wrong. Just take your silicone spray, give a light little dousing, and run that guy in. Just like that. Kind of level it up, that way it's not in a little crooked or anything. Good and straight. Grab one of your bigger, let's see, which ones are these? 8779. Those are going to be your 3-inch guys. So let's make sure we got the same orientation of clamps. Really, this one's not going to be seen. So not a big deal, but just to match, to make Wesley happy, we're going to put the T-bolt on the right side, which is kind of inner, as I would say, for the engine bay. There we go. Slide that T-bolt up, make sure it's good all the way around. And then take your 11 mil, tighten it down. Cool. Good and tight. And now we need a 2.5 here, and then also a 2.5 here for the charge pipe that goes across over to the driver's side. So we got our 2.5, if you're looking at the actual T-bolt, is a 75 to 67 mil. So one there, and then also one there. And I'm gonna spray that with silicone spray because I can already tell that's gonna be tight. There we go. All right, this one is gonna be a tight fit. So we gotta take this aluminum union, go through the drilled out core support kind of opening that we have here, and then there is another 90-degree silicone that we have that will go into the intercooler. But for now, we're just going to focus on this guy. So you're just going to slowly rock it in. Actually, let me, oh yeah, it's already tight. So we're already good. I'm just going to rock this guy in there. Just like that. It's going to be a tight fit. Biggest thing that you want to watch out for when you're doing something like this is this charge piping is a black powder coat, don't scratch it up. Like, we're spending all this time and effort, everything to make this look pretty for you guys. Take the time, go slow. If it starts touching, wiggle it back out, and yeah, let's do it right. All right, so this is one of those bits where install guide is going to be kind of vague, and honestly, even our video is going to be kind of vague, guys. Like, it is a little bit of wiggle here, wiggle there as far as the boost piping goes. Dave, you can go and show them. We have the Y here, and like, we can put this through here at that kind of joint with the 3-inch, which we know this goes here, but there's a pipe that goes across here. We already kind of ran that pipe here, but we ended up taking it back out. It's gonna be wiggle on the intercooler, wiggle here, because you can only access the T-bolt here if it's beyond this part of the core support. If it falls in the middle, you can't access it. Guys, it's gonna be all over the place. So this is one of those things where you just kind of gotta feel it out, and I hate to see it, but good luck. Because honestly, Dave and I are doing the same. So I'm gonna keep going. If I find any pro tips, if I find anything that I think is useful, I'll let you know. Biggest thing I can say is get some silicone spray. It's gonna be your biggest advocate here. Now the only problem is that's as far in as that goes, so how do I get a clamp on that? Sweet. So, like we said, a little bit of finesse, a little here, a little there, and we eventually got there. So. So intercooler out, up through passenger side core, good. This Y getting there. So now we'll do the charge pipe. Yep. Good.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Tighten this guy there. Good to go.
Did we tighten this one? I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Yep.
No, not this one up front.
Yep.
Okay.
All good.
Just making sure.
So good, 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 and good.
Never
Good, good. Plug in the mass airflow sensor. Yep, cross pipe over. Little bit of a connection there. And then just from the outlet of the Roadtrex to the inlet of the supercharger. Almost there, Dave.
Almost there.
Almost there,
Almost
baby.
there.
It's this
Yeah.
over here, which is connected by that, and then that piece to there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. And then we need 2 more here. So let's see, we're running these on the inside. So like that. You know what? Might as well.
Hey, look, smell the silicone spray.
All right, so far the only issue we're running into is I don't like this T-bolt right there. Maybe we can run that in a little bit further. Nope, it's still that. So we're gonna keep going on.
We finally
charge
got rid of
pipe.
that wretched fuse box.
I hope. I don't know. We don't have a solution.
Not yet. It's a short-term fix for a long-term fix.
There we go. Math in.
Oh,
So a little too much. There we go. Looks good.
yeah.
Dude, that's kind of close.
Right.
Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. We're good, because that's not tight yet. All right, so 10 out, 11 in, and let's go. One more. Dave,
Uno más.
we're almost there.
Uno más.
Holy shit.
Uno
Y'all,
más.
I've worked at Z1 for 9 years, and I've never done an install like this, let alone, thank you, have somebody that will hold the camera and allow me to do something like this. This is awesome.
Hey man, I just supervised.
D owners, man, I swear to God. All right, so we're going up to the outlet of the blower and into the inlet of the intercooler. So, all right, Dave, what do you think?
40 weight, 50 weight?
This way?
No.
Really? You want it to go
I mean-
that way? I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I'm not mad at it.
There's a method to the madness sometimes.
All right, so I'm tucking this down here. This is the vacuum line that we left a little bit of wiggle, or should I go over?
Go.
Go over?
Yes.
Okay. Trusting you. Think I made the right call.
I think so. I hope so.
And then dude, it looks good.
She's on there. Oh, no. Oh, you're gonna clock the horn.
Yeah, that's nah. Nah. It's fine. No, well, Wesley, we're definitely clocking the horn because that's not okay. So don't worry, bud. We got you.
We ain't that kinky.
Okay. Going stubby.
Stubby boy.
And wants to walk off. There we go. I can't say we're done. I gotta fix that. Like, that's not okay. All right. 10 mil. Count. Does it?
Yeah, it does. I remember you mentioning it, or someone mentioned it, or it
The-
was mentioned.
It says clock the horn on the guide.
Maybe. It was mentioned. Someone mentioned it. That's why I remembered it.
Well, the only thing I think you can't do about that is it's a square bracket and there's standoffs. See it?
You have to cut the standoffs.
No.
Is it like the
Like the QX70. Remember?
where the extra turbo has been clocked?
Yeah. Just point it at the charge piping.
It'll wake the charge pipe up.
This is good, non-kinked, like little abrasive, but not bad. That still has flow.
Dog.
Yeah, dude. Oh, sorry. Yeah, dog. We got flow. Yeah, dog. This is nice. Oh, sorry.
Nice. Austin, it's installed.
No, it's not.
Why?
You're lying to me.
What do you mean? We did it before Ronald got here.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, it's installed. You did it. You did it.
You did it.
Dude,
We did it.
I pressed record.
We did it. No, you didn't. Shut up. Dave's over here trying to be humble, and he better throw this in the video. Dave helped a lot. There were a few times where I was trying to put a hose on a barb, and he was like, "Where's your clamp?" There were a few times of, "Where's the 10 mil?" And he was like, "It's over here." "Where's the bolt I just took off?" And he was like, "You literally put it right here." Thank you, Dave.
You give me too much credit.
No, you give me too much credit. So, I gotta be honest, Dave. Not done.
No, not quite.
So, this fuse box, you guys saw it goes here, right? This guy comes up and it sits in a bracket here. Yep. Yeah, thank you. Silicone spray.
It's slippery.
So this fuse box usually sits right here on a bracket. We have two cars here at Z1 that we get to use for examples other than the install guide. One is Spencer's car, which is definitely full race car, so it's not the best example. And the other one is a customer car, but it doesn't have that fuse
Also,
box.
The twins car, which would have been helpful.
Yeah,
But
twins
it's a
car.
Body shop.
You mean the giveaway car?
No, people can't know that. Not by the time this video goes out.
Depends on how fast you are. Over here. So we're gonna figure out the fuse box situation, and also we haven't done a startup yet. So we still have a little bit to go. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's a loose pipe somewhere or a bolt loose. Like, guys, these things never go 100% perfect the way you want them to. And if they do, man, you're one in a million. I want you to work here. Please, for the love of God, put in an application. But I'm being real. It is what it is. We're gonna wait for John to come in. He already built a base map for the car. And we still gotta get the headlights in. We got to get the front bumper on. We gotta get the fender liners in, the undershroud back on. There's a lot of buttoning up. Even the passenger seat still needs to go in. So this isn't the end, but kit's on. Thanks, Dave.
Hey, thank you. Happy to be here. We did it. We did it.
We did it.
I mean, it's on.
I mean, it's on.
It's on.
Yeah. We'll see. All right.
There he is.
You gonna give him the flame flame?
Give him the beans.
Maybe, yeah.
There's a couple things.
When's he gonna give us the beans?
Kind of on.
Dave,
I was tired.
how long were you guys here last night?
Yes.
Have you gone home?
No. What is that? This is home. I am home.
Yeah.
Are we ready?
No.
Dad,
Our
creation.
fuel pressure's at 40.
I just supervised.
We have filters?
Yep.
Oh yeah, we do.
Watch your hands. Let's start it.
Yeah, then ugly Dave will be.
So Dave and I stayed up all night. We wanted to get it done a little early. And yep, you guys saw the startup. We had a little bit of an oil leak at the oil cooler. I tightened the fittings down. Again, that part was done off camera. If you want to see how to install the oil cooler, be sure to check that out in the listing or on YouTube. But the lines, had to snug those up just a little bit. Did a boost leak test, all was good. There was one coupler on the intake on the passenger side that I tightened the clamp down on the bead rather than beyond the bead, so it kind of pushed that pipe out a little bit. But buttoned that up this morning, and guess what time it is? It's that time. So where are we at?
So right now we're at 483. We're gonna let it cool off a minute. But I think he just talked to Weston. He said something else.
Yeah, so his order called for the 100 mil. That's what's on it. And I told him we were 17 away. So if you want it, and he goes, it's supposed to be a 90 mil all along.
Well, we could have made 500 with the 100 mil,
Right.
but why keep going if we need to throw a 90 on?
So I guess I'll grab some tools.
Throw it on, man. I'm ready.
All right, so I'm gonna film this part, and this is going to be how easy it is to change a pulley if you guys do the 110 or the 100 and you want to upgrade later. Super easy. We pull
Right now it is 10:14. Sorry to interrupt you, but that is the time, and I'll say the time the next time when we come back.
Okay.
10:14.
I'm gonna run. Well, I gotta pull the parts and everything. Changing the pulley from 100 to a 90. I guess there was a break in communication. Regardless, 483, we can do better than that. So we were gonna tell him, even if you wanted the 100, we were gonna tell him you're going up to a 90. So I'm gonna undo these two pipes. Get this front pipe off and get the belt off, get the pulley off, pulley on, belt on, pipe on, and we'll be done. All right, that's 203. Case, absolutely, sir. Size does matter. Don't let old girl tell you different. I thread it in there and get it started. Back there. I'm right-handed. I can't bend my hand that way looking at it straight, so I gotta do it backwards to tighten this bolt. That's all I got.
Hold on. All right, let off some.
And I hate how tight these things are.
All right, you're on it.
All right, so the new belt, new pulley is on, and it is 11:04. So 50 minutes for me to go in the back, make the order, pull the part, and take everything off and put it on. So less than 1 hour, and we're good. Still got to put the boost pipe on, which is 11 mils on the clamp. Not a big deal. Yeah, that's how easy it is to upgrade the pulley on the Z1 Supercharger. 9 foot-pounds. Use a torque wrench. No ugga-dugga. No ugga. Just ugg. All right, so that's how you guys install a Z1 Supercharger kit on a 370Z. We ended up making 540 horsepower, super respectable. And you guys did see we ended up changing the 100 to the 90 mil to get us there because we were just under that 500 limit, but all good. And he's got room to go E85. That fuel system is maybe a little overkill for this kind of setup, but it leaves some future to go E85 or flex down the line. So yeah, we didn't show all of that going back together. You guys took it apart, you know, had to put it back together. Figure we wouldn't waste your time. It was just reverse process of the bumper, the undershroud, that strut bar, and all that. All that was pretty straightforward. Hope you guys enjoyed. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe on what how-to videos you would like us to do next.